we created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
Oh, Accepting payments simply and securely is what we do. For 20 years, we've helped hundreds of thousands of businesses simplify payments with products designed for an evolving world. Our integrated payments technology is active in 120 global markets, and our payment methods are trusted by tens of millions of consumers. So whatever your model, size, or sector, plug into PaySafe to grow your business with confidence. If your business doesn't stay current, it can lead to frustration on all sides. And your customers have an ever-changing array of ways to pay: cash, card, via a digital wallet, or a bank transfer. We accept over 70 different payment methods, online, in-store, or on the go. And with our wide menu of tools, applications, and banking relationships, you can provide your customers a secure, instant, and personalized payment experience. Plugging into PaySafe means connecting your customers to the ways they want to pay.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP-системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богданов. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект – адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Opportunity is everywhere. This could be fun. It's a door.
Ooh, it's doing a lot of kicking down there.
Waiting to be opened. Whatever your ambition, whatever your drive, whatever you're chasing,
Get ready, baby.
opportunity is everywhere. All you have to do to find it is get out. Here.
We're a pretty resilient species, and that's true now more than ever. We're finding new ways to do our jobs. We're calling on old skills. We're turning closets into offices and kitchen tables into 4-star restaurants. And we deserve digital experiences that are as resilient as we are. This starts with apps that can scale to keep pace with shifting demand, or update at a moment's notice to support entirely new business models. These adaptable apps rely on agile technology and mindsets to make the development process seamless. In a time when the app experience has become the human experience, being future-ready means keeping people at the heart of innovation and flexing to meet their needs. Because technology really can change the world, but the best technology changes with it.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations, Sofia, Skopje, Rusa and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or two. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum, to having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
We created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
Accepting payments simply and securely is what we do. For 20 years, we've helped hundreds of thousands of businesses simplify payments with products designed for an evolving world. Our integrated payments technology is active in 120 global markets, and our payment methods are trusted by tens of millions of consumers. So whatever your model, size, or sector, plug into PaySafe to grow your business with confidence. If your business doesn't stay current, it can lead to frustration on all sides. And your customers have an ever-changing array of ways to pay: cash, card, via a digital wallet, or a bank transfer. We accept over 70 different payment methods, online, in-store, or on the go. And with our wide menu of tools, applications, and banking relationships, you can provide your customers a secure, instant, and personalized payment experience. Plugging into PaySafe means connecting your customers to the ways they want to pay.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT.
Hello, and welcome to Ista 2021. This is Ista's 11th edition, and we're so excited to have you here. My name is Hristo Gergov, and for the past 6 years, I have had the incredible chance to be part of the team that is bringing this event to life. For the 11th time, we continue our mission to inspire and develop the IT community by bringing together popular speakers and IT professionals that are eager to learn. For 11 years, we have witnessed inspiring keynotes from experts in all industry and innovation areas. And for 11 years, people with passion for development, quality, automation, and innovation have had the opportunity to become part of the future of IT. So we would like to thank all the leading Bulgarian companies that are organizing Ista, all the companies that supported it, our partners, and last but not least, everyone that had the courage to join us as a speaker. Without you, we would not be able to create innovation, to share knowledge, and to bring people together who change the world. For this Ista, once again, we put all our effort into bringing you a diverse agenda. Some of our speakers are hands-on experts in certain tech stack, others are leading large-scale multinational organizations. They come from all over the world, USA, Brazil, Germany, and their technology domains includes areas such as cloud computing, Internet of Things, machine learning, big data, distributed systems, and so many more. Some of the talks today will help you do the first steps in acquiring a skill. Other will help you get a broader perspective on what it means to be a leader. And before we dive into the world of innovation, I would like to share a couple of technical details with you regarding the event. This year's were once again virtual. On one hand, it was quite challenging for us to provide the best experience. On the other hand, we see this as an opportunity to reach even more people unlike ever before. Our agenda is separated into two streams. One of them is focused on software development, and the other one is with focus on QA. At the end of each session, you have the chance to ask questions to the speaker, so please don't hesitate to use the comment section for that. For our closing keynote, Robert Martin, also known as Uncle Bob, we have actually planned an extended 20-minute Q&A session. So if you have something in mind to ask one of the most recognizable speakers, teachers, best-selling authors in our industry, now is the time for that. The two tracks will be moderated separately. I will moderate the development track, and my colleague Milen Stefanov will be moderating the QA track. So, enough boredom. What's left for me here is to introduce our first keynote speaker. He's a tech leader with quite a broad background in emerging technologies. His current role is to lead the Magenta Voice program of Deutsche Telekom. Actually, he was recognized as one of the top voice technologists last year. Most probably, most of you know that a very good understanding about technology is a must-have skill in order to be a leader in our industry. But sooner or later, you all figure out that it's not just about that. Today, our speaker will share his story about the art of leading product teams with empathy. So let's welcome Regu. Regu, we're so happy to have you here, and thank you much for joining. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Christoph, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I'm super thrilled to talk about some of my experiences. Today, we actually live in a world where technology is playing an increasing role in almost all aspects of life. And one of the things that differentiates us as humans and keeps the humanness in us when we deal with this world that is full of technology is actually empathy. You know, when you look at this Dilbert cartoon strip on the screen, which is can be seen as a sarcastic or ironic take on lack of empathy in leaders. It's actually frightening to look at the number of leaders who do not use empathy, which I believe is a hidden superpower, to actually lead teams towards higher productivity and towards better business outcomes. So what I want to do today is share my own journey of how, from being a software engineer towards a product leader, empathy has played a key role, and also some of the leadership principles and paradoxes that have helped me also in the work that we're doing at Deutsche Telekom. So if I, rewind to 15 years ago, that is me, Regu, sitting in a hackathon. So that time I was working at SAP, and this was a hackathon, a worldwide developer event in 2006, where you can see me sitting with a bunch of fellow developers and designers, really focused on writing code, building software, getting excited about technical stuff, learning new programming languages. So this was basically me back then, like a hardcore, nerdy software engineer. And back then, even though I had a lot of good managers that I had worked with, my view of management was quite a bit of these stereotypes of, managers who are standing over your shoulders, trying to micromanage, the ones who play politics all the time. So, management was kind of a very bad thing for me. This is what I had as, something that I would never want to do. I even told my boss, not too long ago, that I would never, ever become a manager. Now, fast forward 15 years, I'm leading the Magenta Voice Assistant product team at Deutsche Telekom. We have been on a very exciting journey of building a voice AI. And as you can see, I actually lead a fairly large product engineering team. In fact, it would be hard to see me in that big picture, which is where there's an icon showing me where I am. So, how did this transition happen? From someone who was very hands-on, hardcore, nerdy engineer, software engineer, to someone who is leading very large product teams. And this is where I want to talk about those values that have helped me, in this whole journey. I grew up in a middle-class family in South India, and my father used to have a moving job. So I used to move every 3 years. So I studied in 12 different schools, throughout my career, throughout my early childhood days. And what you see on screen is actually a Hindu temple. So it's called the Big Temple. So it's a Shiva temple that's not too far from the place that I grew up. It was actually built by the Chola kings in the 10th century. And the most interesting thing about this temple is actually the tomb that you see on the top. So this is a single block of stone weighing 80 tons standing at a height of 65 meters. Now think of how with primitive construction technologies, they would have managed to do something like this 1,000 years ago. There are a lot of conspiracy theories on how they managed to do it. I mean, one say that they built an inclined plane for 11 kilometers and pushed the stone with elephants. There's one which says they built concentric circles and moved the thing up. No matter how they managed to do it, for me, this is a remarkable feat of excellence. I mean, something that stands the test of time. I always think about the own software systems that we build. Are they going to really stand the test of time? But this is what I mean with excellence. So excellence has been a value that's been driving me throughout my childhood and also my career. Here's a personal story. I used to be shit scared of public speaking. Like things like what I'm doing today was never the norm when I was growing up, and also when I started my career. This was because as a kid, I used to stammer, and that was a big impediment that I had. And the only way I could get over that was by putting myself into things where I would talk and get over this uncomfortable feeling. So excellence has been something that has been really driving me throughout my life. So striving for excellence has been one of the most important values. Now, the second thing which has driven me a lot, and here I would like to start again a personal story, is this happened a couple of years ago. I was actually going through my LinkedIn feed and I saw this really great story of how the people at Lego had actually built a fully functional Bugatti Chiron with Lego blocks. And actually told this to my son, who was 9 years old at that time. I mean, he's crazy about cars and about Lego, so it was a killer combo. So he got curious and he wanted to know what this is all about. And then he figured out that there was a miniature model that he could build. So he even convinced his grandparents to give that as a birthday gift to him. And then, I mean, this is a Lego kit that's for 16 plus year olds. It's got 3,600 pieces with a 600-page manual. It took him 20 hours to build the entire piece. And during that, there was also a phase where he made a mistake. So he had to retrack 100 steps to build it again. But then the joy on his face when he finished that, that was priceless. I mean, this was curiosity at its best, combined with perseverance. And this is another thing that is also something that is very close to me, which is curiosity. I mean, I'm curious by nature, so I spend a lot of time reading stuff and I don't know certain things. As a developer, when there was a bug, I used to debug it until I would find the root cause and then also find the solution. So curiosity is again a value that has been really driving me in this pursuit of excellence. And like I said, combined with perseverance, that's a really killer combo. Now, moving on to the next value, where again, talking about stories, I'm pretty sure there are going to be a lot of Pixar fans in here. I'm a big time Pixar fan. I really love the way how Pixar combines technical advances in technology with really great emotional storytelling. I mean, who would have imagined of a rat that would cook, or a garbage collecting robot that goes across the universe, finding love, or an old man who approaches his entire home, trying to fulfill his wife's ambition. So, I mean, these are all stories that really stuck with me. And a few years ago, I had a chance to meet Greg Brando, the former CTO of Pixar. And I mean, I asked him this question. I mean, Pixar seems to be a company full of creative people, right? I mean, creative, very smart people. And when you put creative people in a room, I mean, how do they actually collaborate? I was intrigued by this thing of how would you put people in a room, so creative with all big size egos? How do they get to produce such amazing emotional stories? And he said something very profound that has stuck with me ever since. He said, at Pixar, they check their egos out at the door. So whenever they have a meeting or when they're together, they always focus on what is right and not who is right. I mean, this is such a profound thing, where getting off your ego and then really focusing on what is right goes a far way in producing these really memorable movies that Pixar does. So the villain that we need to fight is not the Lotso bear, which, by the way, as a backstory, has a lot to do with empathy and emotion as to why Lotso became what he became at the end, but really our ego. So ego no-go has been something that's been also a value that has helped me, in my journey. So my own personal journey has been characterized by excellence, curiosity, and no ego. And this also helped me, move from my own software engineer background into product leader. And by the way, this talk is about leading product teams with empathy. So I would also now talk a bit about the story of what we've been doing with Magenta Voice Assistant and my journey for the last 3 years at Telecom. So for this, I need to go back to early 2019. If you had asked me during that time frame, how did I feel? I mean, I was new at Telecom, so I'd been with the company for 3 years. Before that, I'd spent most of my career working at SAP. It actually felt like jumping out of this plane without no parachutes. And the reason being, we had this passionate team that was working on building a German voice assistant and trying to launch a smart speaker product in the market. So, this started even a few years ago before I joined. So a team this was a time when neither Alexa nor Google had launched in Germany. So we thought that there was a market. So we were really going after building a smart speaker. But at that time when I joined and I was asked to lead this team to launch the product to the market, it was quite clear that we were very far from that final product that we had to, bring to our customers. Now, this project had a lot of history. I mean, as you can see from some of these pictures back then, they were like really passionate and motivated people who were, working really hard to get this product to a state where we can ship it to our customers. And of course, there were lots and lots of pizzas. I mean, we had those amazing, times when people would be so motivated just to fix problems and get this out. And we had just been starting to, we had just started doing a customer trial, with the first MVP version of the product. And the feedback was not really great. I mean, we had really very low customer satisfaction. People didn't really like the product. This was a running joke, by the way, das habe ich gerade leider nicht verstanden, which means I did not understand you. So this was something the speaker was saying to people, and people really had to scream into the speaker to get something done out of it. And the team was really getting exhausted. They've been bearing very high management expectations, and they're sort of starting to lose the energy and the momentum. And I mean, here I was as a new kid in the block trying to motivate the team towards the finish line. And going back to that story of leading large teams and that picture that I showed you, I went to the teams and I remember we had an all hands where I put this up very big and said, keep calm and carry on. I really believe that as a leader, your biggest responsibility is actually to spread calm and motivate people towards continuing to run. And this was a message that was well perceived. There's also this great quote that I like from Bill McDermott, the former CEO of SAP, where he once said, optimism is the only free stimulus in the world. When the mood is positive, anything is possible. So that was the kind of thing that I was trying to get involved into the teams. But this was the easy part. I mean, we still had a big technical challenge that we had to face, fix all these challenges that I just said. And we embarked on something which I call as replacing the foundation, to basically rip and replace the entire technical stack that was powering the product, so the Telecom Smart Speaker and all the voice processing components. And this was something comparable to like you have built a house and now you're trying to replace the basement. And it was really difficult, but we figured out that this was the only way to do it. And we were basically, taking a big step. It was a bold one, but a very risky one because it could have failed. But at the end, we did manage to, replace the foundation. We got higher customer satisfaction scores in our customer trials. And then we finally launched the product in September 2019. And from that journey, starting from smart speakers, the Magenta Voice Assistant has actually grown and has now become available on multiple different touch points. So we are part of the TV remote controls, from the TV product of telecom, but also embedded into the TV experience, as well as on multiple mobile apps like customer care, smart home. So this journey has been really exciting, and as you can see, it was not easy. It was quite challenging. And I want to now talk about the leadership principles that helped me, get through this really tough journey which we had. And that's something I can really look back at now, say with pride, that it was really worth and, spending all that energy and effort and the passion that we were as a team, doing on Magenta Voice Assistant. Now, the first thing I talked about excellence as my own value, but as a leader, you definitely have to recognize excellence in others, right? I mean, with his own story of how passionate and motivated the team was, working towards sometimes seemingly impossible milestones, I had to be there with the team, appreciating what they were doing. And this appreciation can come in different forms. It can be in pre-COVID days, it would be a small pat in the back when you met people face to face. It could be a small email, to an individual or to the entire team, recognizing the work which they've done. So recognizing excellence is actually something really crucial. I mean, especially when you're working on problems which are, let's say, high magnitude topics to fix. And just to be clear, being excellent doesn't mean that you don't fail. I mean, failure and experimentation and learning from mistakes is all part of the journey. And as a leader, you should also be willing to accept that you're going to have failures, you're going to have setbacks, and this is all part of the journey of becoming excellent overall. But again, if this was all easy, everybody would be doing it. Why is it so hard? Because there are also these paradoxes of, when you think of recognizing excellence, when do you focus on the individual identity, meaning individual people, versus when do you focus on the collective identity? So this is something that you need to alternate between. It's not easy, which is why it's all situational, but keep in mind that recognizing excellence also has this paradox attached to it, that sometimes you don't want to put a lot of limelight on individual people, which might then, alienate others within the team. But at the same time, you always don't want to put your limelight on the team collectively, because then you have people, and people are passionate about things, and they really appreciate getting individual recognition. So this is a paradox that you need to be aware of on, when to shine light on individual versus the team. The second leadership principle that has also been something that I really follow and is part of the way that I work, is taking genuine care of your team. I mean, especially in these high-profile situations when the pressure is so high, you definitely have to be there with your teams and then taking care of your teams. And again, taking care of your team doesn't mean being nice and being, lax with them. You definitely have to set high, ambitious goals, which would motivate the team. At the same time, when there are setbacks, when there are, so you really need to be there, making sure that, you are taking care of the team. And again, going back to that paradox of what does it mean is, when do you support the team and when do you confront them, right? Support, again, going back to this topic of leading with empathy, you definitely need to be genuinely, showing support for your team and the people who are working in your team. But at the same time, when you see behavior that is not acceptable, you definitely have to confront. So alternating between confrontation and support is actually the paradox that you need to deal with when you really take, genuine care of your team. And the third thing, again, going back to this topic of leading product teams with empathy, is actually, I believe, the most difficult one, is as a leader to show vulnerability. So being vulnerable. Being vulnerable means you need to accept and be open with your teams that you don't have all the answers. For someone like me, who's an introvert, asking for help from others doesn't come natural. I mean, I'm used to figuring out things myself or within our team. So we are kind of always working closely. But in our journey of launching the smart speaker, I realized that I had to go out and get support from a lot of other teams. I mean, especially in large organizations, you definitely need the help from others and be open in asking for help. And that means you need to be vulnerable and be open about the challenges that you have and openly talk about things where you definitely need help. This requires a lot of trust to be built. I mean, I'm also one who believes in trust by default. So building up trust and getting more vulnerable about things and how the challenges are and all the critical things that you're facing goes a long way. One of the things that I also want to share is last year, being part of this whole being vulnerable thing, I also decided to share my 360 feedback with my direct team. So this is one where I had all positives and negatives written about me, and it took a lot of being vulnerable to get over to share this with the team, because being open also then brought back the team that they trusted in me being so open, that it also helped me to improve certain things which I want to improve. So this is something which I believe is tough, but it goes a long way in leading product teams with empathy. Again, the paradox here is, when are you patient with the team and when do you accelerate? So the urgency versus patience is something that you need to keep in mind as a leader, and then alternate between the two. So to recap, at least the principles that have helped me, the leadership principles is recognize excellence, take genuine care of a team, and be vulnerable. So with that, and by the way, one more thing, I've talked about and I've recapped a lot of these principles, but for people who come from command and control, micromanaging, and those kind of traditional leadership behavior, there's one thing that I would advise and ask you to take out of this talk, that is letting it go. So, you don't need to know everything. Trust your team and make your team autonomous, empower them, give them all the support, but then get out of their way. There's also, aligned with the agile principles of removing impediments for the team and then getting out of the way. So if there's one thing that I want you to take out of this talk today, that would be, let it go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Raghu. This was so inspiring. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so I would like to thank you on behalf of the Ista team and our attendees. Appreciated the fact that you joined, and hope that you join us again in the future. Also coming up next is a 5-minute break before our next talk in the agenda.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Hristo. And if there are questions, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, and happy to answer questions even later. So thanks a lot for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP-системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богдан. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект – адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Opportunity is everywhere. This could be fun. It's a door.
Ooh, it's doing a lot of kicking down there.
Waiting to be open. Whatever your ambition, whatever your drive, whatever you're chasing,
Get ready, baby.
opportunity is everywhere. All you have to do to find it is get out. Here.
We're a pretty resilient species, and that's true now more than ever. We're finding new ways to do our jobs. We're calling on old skills. We're turning closets into offices and kitchen tables into 4-star restaurants. And we deserve digital experiences that are as resilient as we are. This starts with apps that can scale to keep pace with shifting demand, or update at a moment's notice to support entirely new business models. These adaptable apps rely on agile technology and mindsets to make the development process seamless. In a time when the app experience has become the human experience, being future-ready means keeping people at the heart of innovation and flexing to meet their needs. Because technology really can change the world, but the best technology changes with it.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations: Sofia, Skopje, Rusa, and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or two. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum, to having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to
Hello everyone, my name is Milan Stefanov and I will be moderating the QA track today. Our first session for the QA track is a really hot topic in the web testing. What should I use? Is it the well-known Selenium, or should I follow the new trends and use Cypress? Philip, our speaker for the talk today, is a software engineer with versatile skill set of test automation, development, and DevOps, with more than 6 years of experience working for various domains and clients. He is a technology team lead at Scale Focus, and will try to answer the question: who is the winner, Selenium or Cypress? Let's welcome Filip Gurjevski.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here today at the Ista Conference 2021. So today we're going to be discussing regarding the automation tools of Cypress versus Selenium, or as I like to call them, David versus Goliath. David being the underdog and Goliath being the veteran in the automation testing world. As I said initially, my name is Filip Gurjevski, and I'm the QA technology team lead at Scale Focus based out of Skopje, Macedonia. Okay, So let's go over the rounds that we'll go into. I divide them into rounds because basically it will be a match of in each category between Cypress and Selenium. We'll go over the architecture, browser and language support, flaky tests, API testing, assertions, test summarization, hooks, and Cypress dashboard. Please, not another Selenium framework. This is one of my favorite memes, and don't worry, I have to tell you heads up, this is not going to be another version of a Selenium framework such as Test Cafe, Nightwatch, etc. So this is a purely different architecture from Selenium, and we're going to see why. So round one. Initially, this is the Selenium architecture as you know it. Actually, this is the Selenium architecture for Selenium 3. So we have our language bindings, which we can use them with Java, C#, Python, or Ruby, which communicates over HTTP called JSON Wire Protocol with our browser drivers, which can be Chrome, Gecko, Safari, etc. And those browser drivers communicate with the web browsers back and forth. So in reality, Selenium 3 architecture executes remote network commands, hence sending API calls over HTTP using the JSON Wire Protocol. And because of that, we never have access to the true state of our application. We're just sending a request and hoping for a response that our application is at the state that we wanted it to be, hence making our test more asynchronous and more flaky, which is why we are heavily dependent on wait for a hero helpers, such as wait for an element to be located, wait for element to be enabled, and whatnot. And this is a real problem because most of the applications these days which are tested using automation tests are either made using a asynchronous request or single page application, which in reality return only a portion of the page and not reload the page itself. Here comes Cypress. Cypress has a completely different architecture, and the major difference is that it runs in the browser. So what we have is a Node.js process which opens the browser with a proxy and injects our test JavaScript file into the browser. So the Cypress tests are executed inside the browser as an iframe in the same run loop with the application. So if you pause the Cypress execution during the test, you can actually open the debug tool and see that Cypress tests are as a JavaScript module or an iframe inside the browser. How is that achieved? This is achieved through the Chrome DevTools protocol, upon which Cypress is built on. Chrome DevTools protocol is a chatty protocol that allows browser introspection. So basically, it allows us to see everything going on in the browser in real time. CDP is developed to enable a debugger inside Chromium-based browsers. I know some of you might say, well, I know that Cypress also supports Firefox as a web browser, and Firefox is not a Chromium-based one. That is true, but on the other hand, Firefox uses remote debugging protocol as its own proprietary technology, which implements a subset of CDP, which is why Cypress is able to support Firefox as one of the supported browsers. Let me give you a more simple example with pictures how Cypress works in the background. So we have our spec file, which would be go to Amazon, do some assertions on the page, click on the search bar, click on a test result. And the Node.js process, once started, takes our test.js file, packages it into a Node.js file, and as I said previously opens the browser with a proxy and injects our test as an iframe along with the application. So our tests have complete overview of the execution of the application, hence making our test more stable and avoiding the flakiness which we would have if running Selenium test using Selenium 3. Round two. As far as the browser support goes, it's expected Selenium to have more browser support because it's been on the market for more than 15 years, actually since 2004 when Jason Higgins created the first JavaScript test runner. So Selenium supports Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Opera, and Safari, while on the other hand, Cypress supports Chrome, Edge, Firefox, and its native Electron browser. As far as the language support goes, Selenium has a lot of language bindings to choose from, such as Java, C#, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, Perl, and PHP, while on the other hand, Cypress is JavaScript or bust. Of course, you can use TypeScript, but in reality, TypeScript is not another language. It's more like a superset of JavaScript, which the creators of Cypress said that Cypress is going to be used with JavaScript now until eternity. So that's kind of a bummer. Moving on to round three, the flakiness of the test. As I previously said, Cypress is executed inside the browser, and hence it has complete visibility of everything happening in the application synchronously. So for example, Cypress will never try to get an element if it sees that it's not there. Hence, it will avoid us of having exceptions like we would have in Selenium, such as no such element found or state element exception. There is almost no need to add implicit or explicit weights, such as expected conditions. Cypress automatically waits for elements to exist in the DOM. Cypress also calls this weights as intelligent weights. As you can see here, I bolded the almost word because as using Cypress for almost 2 years now, I've found myself in situations where not always Cypress handles the element enablement and the visibility in the HTML tree. So we do have to do some minor tweaks, but I would say in 99% of the cases, it handled the intelligent weighting on its own. The default timeout for automatic waits is 4 seconds, but this can be changed or overridden in the Cypress JSON file, which is basically the configuration file for Cypress under the default command timeout parameter. This is the example of what a test would look like if we had to implement the wrappers or helpers for wait for element to be located by a certain ID. As you can see here, we have a couple of extra lines of code. While on the other hand, doing this in Cypress is fairly easy. We just get the element by the ID, call submit button in this case, and just call the method click, and that's it. We don't need any waiters, any helpers. We don't need wait element to be located or enabled or whatnot. This is one of the trade-offs for Cypress, in my opinion. Moving on to round 4. API testing. Cypress supports API testing out of the box using the site request method. It supports all HTTP methods such as get, post, put, delete, etc. I know that some of you might say, well, we can also use API testing with Selenium, but yes, but not out of the box. In order to use API testing with Selenium, you need to add another dependencies or a library such as rest assured, Tavern for Python, or rest sharp for any unit. Cypress allows it out of the box by using the site request methods. It's fairly straightforward. Site request as a method has a lot of optional parameters, such as calling what kind of HTTP method we're going to get, which URL we're going to point at, the headers and whatnot. The response is made by yielding the object as a response and doing some assertions on it. Here in this example, we're doing a check if the status code is 200 and iterating through each object of the JSON array and checking if it has all the mandatory keys in each object. Moving on to round 5, assertions. Cypress uses Chai assertion library out of the box, and its assertions can be divided into 2 main types of assertions. Implicit assertions, which are made on the obtained object, which means we yield the object, and we do certain assertions on the yielded objects. They cannot be used as standalone assertions and are often used for multiple checks. An example of this would be to check the parameters on the ID called greeting. So using the site-get command, we get the element or the object in this case, and we do multiple checks on it, like should be visible and have text who should be equals to hello there. The other types of assertions from Cypress is the explicit assertions, and those are used when we want to make assertion directly to an object. For example, the left scenario is using the expect assertion check. We basically check if the first list includes members from the second list, and the second one is done made using the assert keyword. Basically, we check objects. In this specific scenario, we check if person is an object or not. On the other hand, Selenium uses explicit assertions on its own, but it doesn't have built-in assertions. It's dependent on the testing framework which it uses. For example, if we use Java, we're going to use it with either TestNG or JUnit. If we're using .NET, we're going to be using NUnit, Python, PyTest, unit test, and so on. For example, the differences between Cypress and Selenium is that Cypress checks the properties of the element on the obtained object on the element. While on the other hand, Cypress extracts the value as a Boolean or a string or whatnot, and then compares it with an expected value or Boolean for that element. One of the biggest advantages which Selenium has over Cypress, in my opinion, is the option for soft assert. We all know this option for soft assert, where we have multiple verifications inside the test, and in the end, we do a assert all method, which can come quite handy because we don't want our test to fail if one of the verification fails. I've read somewhere online that there's an NPM library called soft assert, which we can achieve the same thing with Cypress, but since it's not officially supported by the Cypress community and the Cypress creators, I'm not sure how stable it is. But if you want, you can go ahead and have a try at it. Okay, moving on to round 6. The test organization. Cypress has a predefined project structure, and specific parts of the codes must be in specific directories for them to work. For example, when you install Cypress on your local machine, by default, it installs these folders and these files. The fixtures folder is for storing test data. The integration folder is where we store our test files, or according to Mocha, spec files. The plugins folder, which is used to write code to extend the behavior of the Cypress spec files. The screenshots folder, which is used to store and save the screenshots for failures. We can also override it to save screenshots of past executions as well. Support directory, which is used for writing reusable code, such as APIs and module exports for before execution and after execution. And we have our Cypress JSON configuration file, which we can implement all sorts of things which can be implemented for our entire Cypress project, such as default command timeout, wait time for request, wait time for response, and whatnot. Well, on the other hand, Selenium doesn't have a strict predefined project structure like we have with Cypress. We can view each Selenium project as a development project and organize it and implement the design pattern as much as we want. So for example, we can have main and test modules. We can have resources in both main and test modules and organize the screenshots and folders in each directory that we want. Okay, moving on to round 7. Hooks. Cypress uses Mocha as a testing framework, and it offers before each, after, and after each, and other annotations as hooks. While on the other hand, depending on the language binding which we use and the testing framework, Selenium has before suit, before class, before method, and after class. You can see on the left picture that this is the example of a spec file. In the describe block, we have our before each, and after. And on the right picture, we have before suit, and before test, after test. One of the biggest advantages which Selenium has over Cypress is because it's an object-oriented language, it allows us to have a base test class, which extends to all other test classes inside the project. While on the other hand, spec files or test files in Cypress cannot be extended. And if we want to have a function which would be before, when we want to be executed once before all spec files in our test projects, we can't achieve that. And before each must be placed in each spec files in order to be run before each block while executing our test. So in my opinion, that's a big win for Selenium and the language bindings it uses. Okay, moving on to round 8, the dashboard. Cypress provides a complementary dashboard. There are multiple plans, including a free tier 1. Depending on the plan we can get extensive insight of our tests, such as flaky management test. It tells us which of our tests after multiple executions tend to be more flaky or not, which tests execute more faster, which tests execute more slower, which tests are dependent on network lagging, latency, and similar. It simplifies parallel execution because Cypress does not offer parallel execution out of the box like we would have with Selenium. For example, in Selenium Java, we can just add as much threads as we want in our XML file, and we can have multiple parallel execution on a local machine. Well, on the other hand, parallel execution can only be done using CI runners. That is by matching simultaneous parallel runs on different CI runners or on VM machines. Of course, we can achieve on a local machine using Docker, but that's not the native approach for parallel execution. One of the other complementary dashboard options is the automatic load balancing. So based on previous runs, for example, if we have 10 tests and we have 3 tests in one CI runner and 7 in the other one, the Cypress dashboard sees the previous execution time on all of the tests and basically matches both CI runners to have the exact load when it runs to execute in the same time. So basically we have 5 tests on one CI runner to execute at the same time with the other 5 tests on the CI runner. And it also simplifies the integration with multiple CI providers such as Circle CI, Bitrise, GitHub Actions, and whatnot. Okay, keynotes to remember from this presentation. Cypress does not use WebDriver under the hood. Cypress uses automatic waiting or intelligent waiting, so we don't need to use custom waits anymore, such as wait for element to locate it, enabled, and whatnot. Cypress cannot visit multiple domains from different origins in a single test, unlike Selenium, which we can use to visit different domains in one execution or in one test class. Cypress does not allow multiple browser instances because it runs in the browser. Hence, it cannot allow parallel execution on a local machine. While on the other hand, we all know that we can start as many instances of browsers as we want in one Selenium run, that is as much as our machine can handle. And one of the biggest, I would say, losing points for Cypress is Cypress does not support multiple tabs, even though it can. If you go into the documentation for Cypress, they said that they have the API for multiple browser support, but according to Cypress, that's not the way that the modern web should be tested. And even though they can implement it, they've decided to not implement it, and that's their stand for the near future. And again, one of the trade-offs for Cypress is the integrated API testing support, which I previously said. Okay, so it's now time to declare the winner. Again, I'm going to say this is my biased opinion, and even though the presentation is called Cypress versus Selenium, David versus Goliath, we all know, according to the legend, David as the underdog beats Goliath, who is the favorite. And that was the case up until a month ago when Simon Stewart released the stable version of Selenium 4, which has the Chrome DevTools protocol implemented as a much more friendly API than the one Cypress uses. And also, it excludes the JSON wire protocol and implements the W3C WebDriver protocol, which we all know is the standard for WebDriver communication and the protocol for modern browsers. So that being said, I would have to choose that my winner in this stand-up would be Selenium 4. I know this is my biased opinion, and we can all have different feelings and objections about it, but I'm open to discussion. That being said, I think that my time for presentation is up, and it's your turn for Q&A.
Cypress deals with frames?
No, that's one of the biggest blockers for Cypress. Officially, it can deal with iframes, not as out of the box as it can Selenium handle switching to multiple iframes, but you have to write custom codes in support and index.js in order to provide that. It's not so native, but it can be implemented.
Okay, nice. And another question, which is Selenium is a browser automation API, whereas Cypress is full-fledged test automation framework, incorporating, as you mentioned, tools such as Mocha and Chai. Aren't you comparing apples with oranges?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
The question is whether you are comparing apples with oranges. It's more like, isn't they kind of different things?
Yes, someone might say that because, as I said in the beginning, Selenium is a browser automation tool, while on the other hand, Cypress is a complete testing experience, which it has incorporated Chai and Mocha as a testing libraries and testing framework. But again, this is the comparison of the two tools. You can also call Cypress as a tool. And even though the comparison of apples versus oranges might stand, everybody uses Cypress and Selenium on a daily level. So I think it's a fair comparison of the two tools.
Thanks. And another question. What is it Cypress better in compared to Selenium, and what is it Selenium better than Cypress?
Well, I would have to say that the trade-off that Selenium has over Cypress is the fact that it can run multiple browser instances on the same machine. And one of the biggest trade-offs is that it can handle multiple tabs. Well, on the other hand, I found Cypress to be much faster in executing tests and to not worry about the flakiness of the test when we have a single page application and a synchronous request. So I would say Selenium bonus points for multiple browser instances and browser versions for that matter. And Cypress definitely for the intelligent automatic waits and the integrated API testing support.
Great. Thanks a lot. I don't see any other questions in the chat. So thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting to see this comparison. And thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having me as a presenter, and wish you best of luck to the next presenters in the Ista conference.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
we created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
On October 13 this year, Selenium 4 was finally released, and just a month later, our next speaker will tell us more about one of the most exciting new features in Selenium 4, Chrome DevTools Protocol. He is a QA architect with over 12 years of experience, and for the last 8 years, he is responsible for building automation frameworks using Selenium and supporting the needs and the high demand on the e-commerce sector. Please welcome Nikolai Stanov.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here in Ista for the third time. And today I'm going to speak about Selenium CDP CDP in Selenium 4. And let's get started. Well, CDP, first, what is CDP? CDP comes from Chrome DevTools Protocol, also known as DevTools. It allows tools to instrument, inspect, debug, and profile Chromium browsers. And when I say Chromium browsers, I mean latest versions of Chrome and Edge browsers. Instrumentation is divided into a number of domains. Here you can see all the domains which are currently available for the Chrome debugging protocol. Sorry, Chrome DevTools protocol. And each domain defines a number of commands and events that it can generate. Both of them, commands and events, are serialized JSON objects of a fixed structure. During the topic today, I'm going to use network domain, emulation domain, log domain, and a few others into the examples. But before start using CDP in our test, we first need to create an instance of DevTools. How this can be done? I'm going to split the solution into two different examples. When we run our tests locally on our local machines and when we execute our test against Selenium Grid. Into the example with the local execution, usually so far we were creating a WebDriver instance using direct driver implementation like Chrome driver or Edge driver. If you're using that kind of way for running your tests, then in order to start using DevTools, you need to apply those two lines of code. First, we need to use has DevTools interface to call its method get DevTools in order to create an instance of DevTools object. After that, this will not be enough, and we need to create a session. There are a couple of ways to create a session. The first one is create session if there isn't one. This means that it is checking whether we have an active DevTools session, and the other one is just create session. So far, so good. We know how to create a DevTools instance and a session in our test to start running CDP. But now let's see the example with Selenium Grid execution. So far with Selenium 3, we were using remote WebDriver and providing Selenium Grid URL and capabilities in order to run our tests. If you try and use the same two lines of code for DevTools, then you'll see your tests are going to fail. And the reason behind that is has DevTools interface is implemented on Chromium browser, Chromium driver level, and our remote WebDriver instance doesn't know for its existence. In order to have our has DevTools interface applicable when we run our tests against Chrome or Edge in a Selenium Grid environment, we need to augment the driver. And what augmentation does is the following. It goes and checks in our capabilities. It sees what is the browser that we want to use, and it tries to get all interfaces which doesn't depend on anything and are available for that driver implementation. In our case, we have a look and has DevTools interface is such interface. And this means that if we augment the driver, then the next two lines with has DevTools interface and create session if there isn't one are going to work. Another thing which we have in Selenium 4 is remote WebDriver builder. The cool thing here is that first you can provide a list of capabilities. You can just mention them via one of, and you'll be able to run your tests against one of the browsers which are matching of the capabilities. And the most impressive thing is that you have the ability to augment the driver when you create the instance. So it doesn't matter whether you're going to use the left implementation or the right implementation in Selenium 4, both lines after that are going to work. Cool. Now we know how to create DevTools instance and a session where we can execute our tests either in local execution or Selenium Grid execution. Now let's see some real examples how we can use CDP in general. First problem which I'm going to check is related to authentication. I'm working with Selenium for more than 8 years, and all my testing experience was related with authentication. We had a lot of issues there. For some browsers it was working, for some it wasn't working. And sometimes we had to authenticate in a couple of domains with different credentials. With Selenium 4, authentication problem has a really clean solution. And in order to achieve that, we need to use the network domain. This is an example how we can use network domain via DevTools and command. And we have a couple of domains which first, before start using them, we need to enable, and then to start using them. Network domain is one of those domains which first requires to be enabled. And after that, because I know that authorization header is the one which is responsible for solving the authentication problem, I'm going to use set extra HTTP headers command where I'm going to provide authorization header. And this means that when my tests start running after that, every request which is executed in my browser session will automatically get authorization header inside of it. And this is going to work until you change the headers in your session or until you stop the test. The next example which I'm going to check is related to browser console logs. This is solution using a log domain, and again, as a network domain, we need to enable first the log domain. You can see how this is happening. After that, in this case, I'm using event, and that event is called entry added. So I'm subscribing for that entry added event. And what I'm doing is just I'm having a logs array list where I'm putting every entry which was added into the browser console logs. After that, when you run your test, you're going to have a quick access to the console logs. You can see what was out there, whether you have issues or not. And the cool thing here, at least from my perspective, is that you can use this in two different ways. First one is if you want to check that during your full browser session testing or full test, if you want to check whether you have some issues with browser console logs, print like warning or error messages, you can run your test. And once it completes, you can analyze the array list and make the appropriate assertion. But in my experience, we had some cases where we were testing on development instances which are not really stable, not really cool, and there are tons of messages in our console logs like errors. So what we achieved is that now with Selenium 4, you can specify a location where you want only to profile the console logs. And what we do is we run our test until a certain point. Then we enable the log domain, we subscribe for the respective log entry added, and then we are performing the action in Selenium. Once the action completes and our validation from the UI perspective completes, then we also make another assertion about the log entry and we validate whether we have some warnings or error posted. If we have, then we fail the test and put a lot deeper message with all the stack trace and information why the test has failed. Next example is similar to the log, but this time I'm going to check the network requests. Again, I need to enable in the network domain because it is part of it, the actions that I'm going to use. And this time I'm going to use request will be sent event and response received event. One thing that I want to highlight here is that if in your session you already enabled the network domain, you don't need to do it second time. You need to use it only when you create a new session in your DevTools object, or if you have closed the network domain previously in your test. So why this example is interesting is, again, something from my experience so far and based in my pains with analytics. In most cases, if you're building a site, you definitely need to have analytics integrated because this is your eyes and this is the way how you can see what people does on your site to gather some metrics and to improve your site and to increase your profit. So with analytics, we had a problem into the past, and first problem was that not on every action we were sending the analytics request, and the second one was that not every time analytics request was having a right order to be triggered or the right data to be sent. Now with Selenium 4, we can listen for all the requests, and then before certain action, we can wipe the object. After the respective action, we can analyze and see whether we have analytics request triggered, what was their request data which was sent, whether the information was totally accurate, and so on, which is going to unlock another potential to running our tests. In previous execution with Selenium 3, we had to use proxy implementation in order to achieve that. But now with Selenium 4, you don't need proxy anymore for that kind of testing. Next example is related with geolocation. And here I'm using browser domain and emulation domain. And before start running tests with geolocation on your site, first you need to ensure that geolocation is enabled. This is example code how we enable geolocation in your browser, and after that, this is an example how you can provide latitude, longitude, and accuracy, and to override your geolocation. If you want to validate what is going to happen on your site when you have some geolocation features, but the Chrome or the Edge browser doesn't have permissions to use your geolocation, then you can just change this to deny and run your test and you achieve it. Next example is related to network conditions, and this is again part of the network domain. In this case, I'm going to use emulate network conditions command. I can provide offline, is offline, latency, download, upload speed, and what kind of connection type object we want to simulate. Cool thing here is that network conditions can be changed during your test session whenever you want. Previously, you could achieve this if you are using some paid services of external grid providers and with some other magic. But now this comes out of the box with Selenium 4 using CDP. And a couple of examples. In my previous project, we had to validate a couple of actions, how they behave when we simulate, open some elements, and how they are going to work on different mobile devices with different network speed and so on. In order to save time, we basically didn't have any opportunity to save time, and we were running all the tests in let's say 3G or 2G network speed. But now with Selenium 4, what you can achieve is you can reach to a certain point of your test on a maximum speed. Then using emulate network conditions, you can change the network traffic, execute your step, and then validate what is the behavior. So this way you can validate whether certain pages load under 2G for less than 30 seconds, under 3G for less than 30 seconds, and so on, based on your performance requirements of your application. And using CDP, such kind of tests are even possible now. And the good thing is that you can reduce your total execution time by switching where exactly you want to put those network conditions. The last example with pure CDP is related with blocking requests. It is again part of the network domain, and in this case, I'm going to use set blocked URLs command. It accepts one argument, which is a list with different string patterns, and basically, if certain request has is matching one of the patterns, then the request is not executed and it stays in a pending state forever. Again, using that blocked request pattern, you can use it whenever you want in your test. And if at certain point you want to wipe all the patterns, the only thing that you need to do is just send to that command an empty array list. And then all the blocking rules which you have applied will be wiped. So this is another cool mechanic which you can use as part of your test to validate some different scenarios, what is happening if some of the requests becomes stale or something else is happening. Cool. Now we know how to use CDP, but let's speak a little bit about its limitations. The first thing is that currently I'm using Maven as dependency management tool, and I'm using Selenium 4.0.0 as a driver. As you can see, we have a couple of DevTools protocols which are already added into the driver. It's 93, 94, and 95. And now, first question is what is going to happen if I start using Chrome 96? Luckily, I have the answer for you because Chrome 96 was just released on my machine today, and I was able to validate that. And Selenium is smart. Yes, it's smart, and it's trying to search for version 96 because every time a new browser comes, it comes with its own version of CDP. It might be backward compatible, but it might not be. In this case, Selenium is looking whether it has respective implementation built inside of it, and if there is, it is going to use it. But if there isn't, it is going to look for the nearest match. In this case, it will be DevTools API for version 95, and it is going to use it instead of 96. If we have changes, deprecated functionality or changes on the API in 96, our tests are going to fail. But if we don't have, the tests are going to succeed because basically we don't have any major changes between DevTools 95 and DevTools 96. So in case with Chrome 96 against Selenium 4.0.0, everything is working out of the box, at least for the examples I have provided to you. Another potential limitation is that when you write your test, you need to decide which version of CDP is going to use. The good thing is, again, because of that smart mapping in Selenium, even if you wrote in your code to use explicitly version 94, if there is a better version which is matching the requirements, it is going to automatically switch to it and use it, although you have specified version 94. Of course, if there is changes which are not backward compatible between version 94, 95, or 96, your test is going to fail and you will need to update the mapping. So in order to save a little bit of time and coding effort, Selenium built some features on top of CDP. And the good thing for them is that if we decide to use them, we don't need to create a DevTools instance. We don't need to create a DevTools session because Selenium does that out of the box for you. The first example has authentication interface. As you probably know, it's again problem with authentication, and Selenium created a nice wrapper called registered method where you can provide different domains and at the same time for every domain username and password. What it's going to do at the background, it is going to create a session in your DevTools. It is going to use set extra HTTP headers, and it is going to provide authorization header based on the data that you provided. But instead of writing all those lines of code which you saw into the previous slides, we can use just this method. I have to say that that implementation is working 100% when you're running your tests locally. But when you start running your tests in Selenium Grid environment, things becomes a little bit complex. You can open that GitHub issue after that. You can see there are a couple of examples which are showing how to solve that problem when you're running your tests against Selenium Grid. And the main key thing here is that respective interfaces depends on has DevTools. So in order to add this out of the box in our remote WebDriver session, we need to add the respective implementation via augmentation as well. Next example is how we can modify network speak during our test. And for this purpose, we have has network conditions interface. First, we need to create an object from Chromium network conditions. We can provide the same type of information, whether to be offline, what to be latency, download and upload speed. Then we can use has network conditions interface, provide the respective object, and after that, our test is going to run against that speed. And the same thing which I said already on the previous slides applies here. You can modify your network conditions whenever you want in your tests. It's not required to be in the beginning of the test. It could be somewhere in the middle. Next example is related to filter interface and network interceptor object. And if you have used previously with Selenium 3 proxies in order to collect information while your tests are running, or if you have wanted to modify your responses from certain API calls, you had to use a proxy. And that proxy had to be coding proxy, like in Java example, either browser mob proxy or browser up. Now with Selenium 4, you don't need a proxy for such kind of cases. Using a filter interface and network interceptor, you can achieve this. And this is an example how I'm simulating a blocking network requests in my browser. I'm just providing a list of some blocked URLs strings. If the respective API call or HTTP call is matched in some of the patterns, then I do not send the request. Other than that, I'm sending the request. And in order to use that filter object in my code, I need to wrap it with the network interceptor, and this needs to happen in a try-catch block. All the logic that you put here into the respective try block, it is going to use your filter functionality, and it is going to do what you have coded there. So instead of using proxy, now you can use filter object and you can achieve what you want to do. Keep in mind that if you go outside of the try block, then your filter interface will not be applicable and it will be like straightforward execution without any additional changes. Next example is using a root abstract class and network interceptor. And this is another way how you can modify the response of your application. For example, I'm checking here for certain API for certain string in a substring in my API calls. And if there is a match, then I'm changing the respective response. I'm adding certain headers. I'm adding a new body and a new status code. And all that logic will be I need to put it again into network interceptor, try catch block, and all the logic which is inside of it is going to look for such kind of URLs, and if there is a match, it is going to send a new response instead of the one which my backend server returns. Which is really cool because this gives us another way to test with different mock services, and then we can validate different UI scenarios based on our needs. I'm coming almost to the end of my presentation, but I want to say a few words about different external grids and how ready they are with Selenium 4. Basically, all of them, if you use all of those three services, you'll be able to run your test with Selenium 4. Unfortunately, you won't be able to use any of the CDP features. I had a call yesterday with Lambda Test, and they said that they're planning to be ready with that implementation in early January 2022. For browser stack and soul swaps, I know that they are closer to release that functionality and to start using it soon. So let's hope that in December, we're going to have some good news. This is another slide where you can see some of the references and code examples which I have used in my presentation. I really encourage everyone who is using Selenium to go through documentation about Selenium 4, to read the different documentation examples, blog posts, and definitely to open source swaps and their knowledge sharing articles, because there are a lot of examples how you can boost your knowledge with Selenium 4 and start using it out of the box. And having said that, thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Nikki. It sounds like Selenium 4 is something which we would like to have, but the question is how painful it is to move from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4?
Well, I can speak from Java perspective because this is the programming language that I'm using, and I can share real examples with it. Basically, if you want to go, of course, it depends how you use Selenium 3. If you're using proxy, and if you decide to go with Selenium 4 immediately, all your tests using proxy might not work, and you need to duplicate them. That's why I would recommend to wait for a couple of weeks or months, or if you have the chance, just postpone those tests and re-enable it after a month or two, once most of the providers are ready with CDP. But if you don't have such kind of tests and you are using the rest of the functionality in Selenium 3, the only changes from the Java perspective is just changing some of the weights. Instead of providing a time weight, you need to use duration class and a couple of more code examples. The biggest change which I had to apply in our code was about how we were providing the dependencies for our external grid provider in order to run our tests with Selenium 4. So we achieved that for less than a day. Okay. That's why I think it's kind of easy, but again, it depends how complex is your code and how it's written.
Sounds really easy. Thanks a lot. I don't see any other questions, but if you have, you can send them yet in the chat. Nikki most probably will answer your questions. Thanks a lot for being here with us, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP-системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богдан. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект – адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Opportunity is everywhere. This could be fun. It's a door.
Ooh, it's doing a lot of kicking down there.
Waiting to be open. Whatever your ambition, whatever your drive, whatever you're chasing, opportunity is everywhere. All you have to do to find it is get out. Here.
We're a pretty...
The next speaker started working in SAP while still pursuing her degree in software engineering from Sofia University. Combining business and technical work, she soon found her passion for DevOps. Since then, she has been devoted to the topic, being in various roles and currently leading the DevOps efforts in Edge Lifecycle Management team. Diana believes that DevOps is a way to go by continuous innovation and find fascinating the current dynamics and future outlook of this trend. Please join me in welcoming Diana Dimitrova, who will tell us more about living on the edge with CI/CD.
Thanks for the introduction. So, hello everyone, it's Diana here, and in the next couple of minutes, as you can tell, we're going to talk about living on the edge with CI/CD. So, I'm sure most of you remember those vintage TVs with bumped screens, a lot of buttons, and sometimes without even a remote control. I'm also sure that most of you are asked to stand up and turn on the TV or switch to another channel because, you know, you are the youngest in the room, so the pleasure is yours. Not only those two, but I'm also sure you are in a situation when you're comfortable on your bed and you realize you forgot to turn off the lights. But at the same time, you know the feeling of trying to find your bed in the dark room after turning the lights off from the switch on the wall. Today, you don't have to experience these things anymore. You can simply ask Alexa or a Google Home device to do this for you. The solution to all these basic but painful problems that we just saw, as well as solutions to much more complex problems, lay within the domain of IoT. From something that was never heard of a decade ago, IoT has become one of the hottest technology terms today. So we are talking about IoT, but let's first see what it actually is. The Internet of Things is a giant network of connected things and people, all of which collect and share data about the way they are used and about the environment around them. That includes an extraordinary number of objects of all shapes and sizes. For example, we have self-driving cars whose complex sensors detect objects in their path. We even have connected footballs that can track how far and fast they're thrown and record those statistics via an app for future training purposes, for example. Basically, a thing in the Internet of Things can even be a person with a heart monitor implant or an automobile that has built-in sensors to alert the driver when the tire pressure is low, or any other natural or man-made object. So as soon as we can assign an IP address to a thing and it's able to transfer data over a network, it's part of IoT and can be called an edge device. And now that we have seen what IoT is, I want to quickly go through a number of interesting facts. So let's start with that the majority of people, actually 87% of them, haven't even heard of the term IoT. So congratulations, you are the other 13% of the people around the world. Now let's take a look back 13 years ago, in 2008, when there were already more objects connected to the internet than people. And a bit further back in time, when we had the first ever connected IoT device, which was actually the ATM. I think that was enough for the past. Let's take a look at 2025, in 3 years from now, when the number of IoT devices is expected to rise to 75 billion. IoT is such a big thing nowadays that it's considered to be a vital component of a humankind industry revolution. Today, we're experiencing a new era of industrialization, what will be referred to in the history books as the Fourth Industrial Revolution. But let's have a quick look at the previous ones. The first industrial revolution started at the end of 18th century, and the biggest changes came in the industries in the form of mechanization. Following the first, the second, we go through the second almost a century later. It started at the end of 19th century with massive technological advancements. The creation of the automobile and the plane, for instance. And to this day, the second industrial revolution is considered the most important one. The third industrial revolution, also known as the digital one, occurred after the end of two world wars. It's characterized by the spread of automation and digitalization through the use of electronics and computers, also the invention of the internet and the discovery of nuclear energy. So here we come to the fourth industrial revolution, which is the ongoing automation of the traditional manufacturing and industrial practices using modern smart technology. It's a way of describing the blurring of boundaries between the physical, digital, and the biological worlds. It's a fusion of advances in AI, robotics, the IoT, 3D printing, quantum computing, virtual and augmented reality, and much more. As a global company, SAP has announced Industry 4.0. And this is a strategic investment to help customers transform their manufacturing businesses. Our strategy goes well beyond smart manufacturing in factories and plants. It connects production with end-to-end process execution across the supply chain. So you can reach a new level of connectivity and adapt to change on the fly. One of the new innovations that I personally want to focus on are the intelligent factories and the distributed edge computing. Currently, I'm part of the Edge Lifecycle Management team, as we said previously, and our product provides a shipment channel for SAP Cloud products to deliver and manage containerized SAP workloads to edge computing sites. The product is open to all SAP Cloud-based applications. It offers a convenient way to standardize the entire software lifecycle for edge usage. And we're also using software architecture like the modern one and industry standards like Kubernetes and Docker containers. We chose Kubernetes because in this way we have more control and we actually don't care what the client's hardware is, as long as it has Kubernetes on top. For us, the environment is all the same. On top of that, zero downtime deployments, fault tolerance, high availability, scaling, and self-healing add significant value in Kubernetes. And after that, the customers can add their edge computing sites in their customer tenants, and these edge sites can run selected native containerized applications. Then users can manage centrally multiple edge factory sites, including the SAP software lifecycle. So if I have to summarize the goal of the fourth industrial revolution, it's simply to remove the human workers from the factories and automate the work with robots. And this is exactly the goal also for the customers of our product. So here is an example of how one edge device actually looks like. This edge device is actually an Azure Stack Edge device. So you basically purchase it and rent it from Microsoft and pay some monthly bills. This means if something happens with the hardware, you're not responsible for that, and Microsoft should take care of it. After receiving it, you just need to set up it by their guidelines, and that's it. After that, we as a team are thinking about this device as a simple Kubernetes cluster. And it's important to say that the edge device is basically an extension of the cloud. On the other hand, the clients basically need to add this edge node via simple UI, download and run a bootstrapping tool, and initiates a cloud connector. Then an automatic deployment starts and initiates the Edge Lifecycle Management tool that we develop. Finally, a deployment of the desired software components happens in the cloud application that should be available on the edge nodes, and this is it. Now the customers can monitor and manage their edge devices. There is also one important thing here that I would like to mention, and it is regarding the data. So as I said earlier, the edge device is more like an extension of the cloud, and there is no critical data on it. All the data is backed on the cloud. Of course, there is other use cases for edge applications. Although the underlying infrastructure is a key enabler, the benefits of edge computing are realized through the applications. If done right, edge applications can enable new experiences across a range of industries. For example, healthcare, to integrate live data from patients, or autonomous driving, where self-driving cars can use real-time data to safely drive on the road. On top of that, we have the smart infrastructure, where cities can leverage real-time data from roadside sensors and cameras in order to improve traffic and safety. But since we are in edge environment, what's really important, we have to say. So first of all, you need to keep it simple, because the edge computing is where the real work gets done. In many of these locations, the environments are extreme, and basic connectivity and power aren't always available. For instance, there are edge devices in the oceans that measure the surface of the water and how it moves in order to inform people to evacuate and save their lives from potential tsunami waves. As important as keeping it simple is that the environment should be easily scalable and expandable. Regular deployments and exponential data growth are the reasons why the edge infrastructure has to be designed to accommodate that growth and expand and upgrade with new resources and applications as easily as the initial deployment. Moreover, and perhaps the most important consideration, is the flexibility. To avoid becoming a nightmare, edge systems should have the flexibility to be deployed into any environment on any hardware and be installed with little or no customization. Edge deployments should be conceived from the start with an approach to simplicity, cost effectiveness, and as I said, flexibility. In the DevOps world, the terms continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment are quite common. But what's also quite common is that these terms are used interchangeably, often as synonyms. Even though all of them are part of the software delivery process, each has its own requirements and, more importantly, benefits. And understanding these differences is the first step in properly implementing them. But what are the differences and how do the different approaches fit into the development process? They take place in this order, with continuous integration being the foundation the others need. In other words, it's simply not a good practice to implement continuous delivery without properly implementing continuous integration first. So with that in mind, let's look at the differences. Continuous integration is the practice where developers merge the changes to the code base to the main branch as often as possible. These changes are validated by creating a build and then running some automated tests against this build. If these tests don't pass, the changes aren't merged and developers avoid integration challenges that can happen. And the benefits of CI, this process also causes fewer bugs to be shipped to production, as the issues are caused early and integration issues are solved before the release. Then we come to the continuous delivery, which is an extension of CI, since it enables automation to deploy all the code changes to an environment after the changes have been merged. The artifact may be built as part of CI or as part of this process, since the source of truth is reliably given your CI process. This means that there is an automated release process and that developers can deploy their changes at any time by simply clicking a button or at the completion of CI. Since developers can deploy their changes at any time, it's recommended to deploy the changes to production as often as possible. This is making the troubleshooting easier and provides your users with the last version of the product. Oftentimes, the release to production may be managed by a release manager. By enabling this non-technical team member to control this process, you can reduce the burden on the development team so they may continue to execute on further application improvements and developments. So continuous deployment takes this process one step further than continuous delivery. Here, all the changes that pass the verification steps at each stage in the pipeline are released to production. This process is completely automated and only a failed verification step will prevent pushing the changes to production. Apart from the fact that customers get updates quicker, developers also get feedback faster, which means small changes at less pressure. In order to successfully accomplish continuous deployment, tracking metrics around mean time to repair and change failure rate is critical to the success of fully automated deployments. So if we are talking about edge environments and CI/CD, then it's extremely important to keep your CI/CD system highly secure. This is because the infrastructure has access to many different resources from the development and production environments. And let's start with defining strict user policies and access roles for the team of developers to avoid conflicts and unnecessary actions. For example, it will be mistakenly pushing confidential files. Also defining rules in the code repository via strategies like git ignore is like a best practice. The next step is to also make sure the code, the programming language, and the used software are upgraded to their latest releases. This ensures better performance with the latest security patches and updates from the respective platform or software vendors. So as you can see in the picture, after executing the unit and the integration tests, it's like a best practice to execute the security scans and analysis before the deployment to a system. Static analysis checks the code for software vulnerabilities and coding errors, alongside identifying violations in coding best practices. And they also detect security vulnerabilities in the code, oftentimes even in the libraries imported. Now, I would like to give you some practical example and show you our different components and their respective security scans. So, we have Docker images, as well as Kubernetes operators, both Java and Golang applications. And finally, a UI5 application written in JavaScript. But let's first see what actually are the purposes of these security scans that I'm talking about. The first thing is to audit open source software compliance and vulnerabilities in third-party code. Also to provide license information and publicly known security vulnerabilities for the identified open source software libraries. Not only those two, but as I said earlier, we have many Docker containers. So in order to follow the recommendations of the best practices for writing Docker files, we are using a linter tool. In order to be security compliant and do all that stuff, we are using a bunch of tools. For example, a Black Duck binary analysis tool, a white source, Fortify, checkmarks, Hadolint, and a lot more. All these are maybe a small part of all the security tools that the world can provide us. But this is one example of how we as a team working on the edge are doing it. All right, so as we're moving to the end of the presentation, let's take a look at a couple future trends for DevOps and CI/CD. As you all know, unfortunately, last 2 years, we have been living in a pandemic situation, and a lot of the employers had to let their employees work from home. As you can see, all of us today are also doing our presentations from home. So the conferences are also being changed. This remote working highlighted the need to move away from the traditional security model to a user-based and device-based authentication and authorization model. In the coming years, we will probably still see this hybrid model with few days working from home and few days from the office. Essentially, teams will split their time between remotely and in-house, making a zero-trust approach even more critical. When it comes to CI/CD specifically, the build phase continues to be a new hotspot for security risks, especially given the exponential data growth of open source software. Addressing security early on can help make security cheaper and safer, and this is going to become even more important in the coming years. Another trend is directly linked to the business results. Imagine we have automated our continuous integration, continuous delivery and deployment, or in shortly, CI/CD. This is great, but we want to be able to measure how good this CI/CD is doing. So we will need to answer several questions. For example, how often do we successfully release? And what is the amount of time it takes to commit to get to production? Also, what percentage of deployments are causing a failure? And last but not least, how long does it take to recover from a failure? And achieving good results on these points is crucial for the future of CI/CD. And thank you for being here and for listening to this presentation.
You're using for which component actually?
Oh, sorry, I think I missed the first part of the question.
So when you are talking about security compliance, you mentioned different tools which you use. So can you tell us more about which of these tools for which component are used?
So it's some kind of a mixture because, as I said, we're using a bunch of tools, the check marks, the Y source, the Black Duck or Fortify. For example, we are using Fortify to scan our cloud applications, and we are using the check marks to scan our JavaScript and some of the Golang applications. So there is no one tool for one kind of components. And yeah, the short answer is it's a mixture.
Okay, thank you. And there is another question, which is you mentioned about the 4 industrial revolutions. How do you think the 5th one will look like?
So actually, okay, great question. The 5th industrial revolution actually, some say, started last year in 2020. And it's supposed to be this combination and cooperation between humans and machines. So we're going through some more customization and personalizations for our digital services and assets. So with this COVID pandemic and situation are already pushing us through this, the 5th industrial revolution that, as I said, it started already.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you for the very interesting presentation. And hopefully, if there are other questions in the chat, you can answer them.
Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Thank you.
Bye.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations, Sofia, Skopje, Rusa, and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or 2. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum. To having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
we created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
Our next speaker, Lavina, is a senior consultant in Deloitte, and she's been a software tester for 9 years now with experience in various industries, and she loves testing a lot of things. Being able to inspire and spread more testing communities around the world is one of her main goals, so you can follow her on Twitter at Lavina_18. In her talk today, she'll share her knowledge about a new area for us, the QS, which is testing a data science model. Let's welcome Lavina Romchandani.
Hello. Sorry, 1 second. I think you made a mistake. Isn't it accessibility that we're talking about today?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's up to you to talk.
Okay, I'll just continue.
No, go on with whatever you have prepared for us. Maybe it's a mistake from our side.
No worries, thank you. So yeah, hi everyone. Welcome to my talk on how to bring accessibility into your teams. This is actually a very important topic, and it's sometimes overlooked at and sometimes not even spoken about at workplaces. So it's important to bring these into your teams, and I will share my tips with you and my experiences of how I built this. So a little bit about myself that the moderator already shared. I've been testing over 8 years, well, 9 years now. I've studied computer science. I'm a blogger, speaker, host. I'm a trainer at the Coders Guild as well. And I'm currently working at Deloitte. So the table of contents today includes some background knowledge of what is accessibility, why accessibility is important, why should we do this, the benefits, what are the benefits of actually bringing accessibility to your applications or the kind of product you're working on. Part 2 will be around how did I bring accessibility into the team. So what did I actually do, my steps, coaching your teams to basically understand why this is important. And then part 3 would be when to do accessibility and the tips. So the power of the web is in its universality. Access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. So I found that quote really, really interesting and very important as well. So that's the kind of mindset you have to have, and then bring accessibility into your teams. So let's get started. Part 1. So did you know these are the kind of numbers in some of the areas around the world that I could research and find details. So I've got Australia there, I've got India, I've got the UK, and I've got Northern America there. So they're big numbers, they're not small numbers. And sometimes we feel like, sometimes I feel like if we don't know, we don't act. So it's really important to kind of learn that there's big numbers and there's people who are disabled and they can still access your apps. So I think we should consider this. And a question to you, will you consider bringing accessibility into your teams now after seeing these numbers? So are we, because of these numbers that we've seen, are we making it accessible for them? For individuals without a disability, technology makes things easier. For individuals with a disability, technology makes things possible. So right now I'm using glasses. These are my assisted technology. If I take these off, I can really see a blurry screen. So if I am struggling, can you imagine other people that might be struggling and they might have problems using your application, and then they might just jump into a competitor's application. So you rather keep these people for your app rather than let them go off to a competitor app, right? So that's why it's quite important to understand that more people. How did I come across accessibility as a tester? So first time, I was actually working on a project for an open source product. Open source product for a bank. And it was a front-end product, and we went live without thinking about accessibility. And the manager came running around saying, "Have you thought about accessibility?" And I was like, "What even is that?" And then obviously we all got nervous because we had gone live, but we didn't think about it, and how someone who has some disabilities but can still use and access technology, how would they use our application? So then that's where it clicked to me that this is a very, very important topic. So why did I think of this topic today is because it's important to share this information. Many times us as testers, we are so motivated, we walk 10 steps ahead and then get pushed 5 back. So it's important to kind of deliver that this is an important topic, and one should actually acknowledge this and bring this into their work. So are you aware of this? This is a question to the audience listening. Are you aware of this accessibility side of things? Have you ever thought about it? Or if there is accessibility in your teams, is it enough? Some useful resources and advocates that I actually follow and would like you to follow as well for more information is A.D. Stokes, Viv Richards, Lisandra Armazaguila, Suman Bala, and Mary Drake. I think they also post a lot around accessibility, and I think you would benefit from learning from them as well and their blog posts. Okay, so why is accessibility important? First of all, around your community. You build relationships with your community. You want to reach out to more people. It's a smart step to take business-wise because you're reaching more people. That means your application will be innovative. That's the next step. And more people would want to use it. Not many companies think around accessibility straight away. It's one of the things they do at the end as well. So try and bring it sooner. That makes you stand out in the crowd as well. Branding-wise, it helps enhance your brand. You will be the most innovative with these kind of aspects already as part of your application. In terms of market research, it makes you extend to more people. It makes your company extend market research. They basically check how many more people could use our product. You're basically socially aware and trying to have that relationship with everyone. And legalities, it minimizes a legal risk. So if you capture this legality sooner, you are not going to have someone haunting you in the future saying, "We're going to charge you for not making your application accessible for everyone," or it's not according to the standards of accessibility for the community. So why get into all of that when you can actually do it sooner, and then it saves money as well? So think about these things and see how you could kind of bring it into your team. Some of the benefits. So the benefits of bringing accessibility into your team is, one, you reach a wider audience and you're socially aware. You're trying to make your product available for as many people as possible. And you're actually respecting those as well who might have some sort of disability regarding their hands, their eyesight, their hearing. You're thinking about them as well. So that's really respectful. Then goal 2 would be increase usability. So more people are actually going to be using your product. So that's a plus point for everyone. The goal number 3 would be basically it satisfies current and future legal requirements and ethics. So you don't need to worry about kind of extra costs in the future. And you write higher quality code as well in that way. And let me see if I'm missing anything. Yeah, it basically finally improves maintainability and efficiency. If you start accessibility sooner, you can maintain it. If you start accessibility after a few iterations and you're live in prod, and then all of a sudden you're bringing accessibility, you're going to have more vulnerabilities. You'll have critical vulnerabilities at that point, and then it's hard to kind of assess what shall we deliver. Shall we deliver accessibility now, or shall we deliver whatever is in our roadmap and in our backlog? So this is a little video that I'm going to share with you, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, so what did we see there? There was a door handle at the entrance of the door, and there was no handle inside. So if I'm in my bedroom, I can't go out unless I have long nails. And at that point, I was wearing gloves, which helped me, which kind of aided me to get out. But this is not an accessible design, is it? Good luck to the owner who was living there before, but I would never kind of do this to my doors. Can you imagine having someone being trapped on your website, someone who's actually trying to purchase something, or someone who's actually trying to design something in your application and not being able to do so? It's frustrating. It's actually so annoying. And that's when you think, let me go and check if there's any other website that can do the same thing. Why am I using this one? I'm just trapped. Can you imagine someone who may have a disability and get stuck there? What would they do? So we need to kind of think about these things and make sure that you make your website accessible for everyone. Also, sometimes, I don't know if you've heard about it, but there's missing old text. There's invisible description of some images on your websites. So when you have a screen reader and someone who is not able to see your screen will not know what that image is because an old text is missing there. So this is something important to note as well. Sometimes people like to use their applications with low bandwidth, very low bandwidth. So they remove imaging off their screens for a particular reason. When you do that, when you try and test a no imaging on your website, do all your images just fade, or they're still there with descriptions? These are some basic checks that you can check. Oops. Okay. So this brings us to part 2. How did I bring accessibility into my team? My steps. So first of all, you need to bring awareness. Start chatting about accessibility. So why is accessibility important? How could accessibility benefit your product? These are the kind of things you need to start talking. Maybe start talking to a colleague, see what their thoughts are, try and understand if anyone in your team is aware of this. Then what I did was I created some informative slides, and I actually presented this to the head of technology, and I wanted to kind of get a thumbs up from them and see if I can kind of proceed into the team with this idea. Now, when I was communicating this, you have to work on yourself as well and how you want to convey information. When I was actually hosting and teaching one of the courses in the Testers Guild around communication, Scott Kenyon there very rightly said that sometimes things that you communicate and the way it's been understood, it's completely different. So I might say something and someone else might understand it very differently. So that's why work on your communication so that everyone can be on the same wavelength. In terms of teams, speak to individuals, as I said, and your team. Showcase your findings, actually, some of your research that you've done around your product and how accessibility is going to make it better. Of course, research, so suggest options. I'm not saying everything in terms of accessibility you have to pay for or buy licenses. Loads of tools are actually free. And then report, obviously. Create a report for the product. When you create a report for the product, you can actually use this as a proof to back up all your research, your showcasing of why accessibility should be very important for your team. And this report could be anything that you can add. So a tool that you're using for your product, or a certain area that you selected for your product that you want to do accessibility testing on. One thing I forgot to say as well, I've got it on my notes. try and shift left, basically spot accessibility issues on design and assess them as well. And if you're basically using screens or front end, understand your issues that you're finding in terms of accessibility and the tools you're using, and put them into a user story level. Put as much information as you can on them so that if this does come into a user story or into your sprint, then you know exactly what needs to be done. Try and give suggestions as well, that this color is not really accessible. Maybe change it to this tone because it is accessible, or it is helping the AA or the AAA standards, or even single A, depending on your product. Team coaching. So what do I do? So I deliver information, become an SME, so subject matter expert, or an advocate for accessibility. So that's how you're trying to coach your team. You're basically trying to help them understand something. How to back my point is important. Sometimes we feel like we are saying something, we're presenting something, but the team's not really on board with it. So I can take some outputs of my research or report. I can actually show it to the UX designers and get their backing as well, that yes, we could have used this color. Why didn't we think about it before? And that helps. You can basically, how do I convince? That's another tricky one for me, because I thought I kept going on about this for some time and then finally it was understood. So by explaining accessibility and making sure I deliver the vital details. So again, your proofs, your backing, your reports, these are all important. And finally, how do I know they understand? So what information they understand or find as blockers? This is where the healthy conversation comes in, and you understand that, right, I've said what I've had to say. Now the team's actually asking me questions. So how do we kind of work together to make this as an important part of our team? And at the end of the day, it's in the firm's best interest. You rather do this sooner rather than later, as explained before, because additional costs come with it, additional situations may rise, and you may miss having something that's vital for your product. Part 3. So when and how to do accessibility testing? This is a question to you actually. When do you think? So start thinking in your head and then I'll answer the question next. But I had a very interesting conversation with one of my managers, and I asked them, so why are we not doing accessibility actually? And the answer was, we are a B2B product. We are not a B2C. I got really worried there. Even if we are a B2B product, even if the product that we are creating and a consultant is using it to show results to the client, what if the consultant is colorblind? Have we added any kind of respect towards that? Are we socially aware for that? So that was really shocker for me. And I just thought, this is not about a B2B or B2C. It should just be embedded where possible, because we don't know who is using it and what are their conditions. So if we're trying to be socially aware, we need to respect every kind of aspect around that. And yes, I hope you've got the answer for the question, when to actually do accessibility testing. So as soon as possible, really, at the most early stages possible. So again, we are trying to shift left. Remember, we're not trying to shift right. So if we're shifting left, if there's any design session going on or planning session, that's a good phase to start with, and understand how, if we are making this design right now or this tooltip, is it accessible enough now or not? Shall I change the colors straight away now, or shall we go to production and then change it? It makes sense to do it early. You can always bring it in your requirements gathering as well. When a product owner comes up with some options, you can think about, have we thought about how the design or the product's going to be accessible with this new addition to the product? So as I said, start as early as possible. It just helps. It helps a lot. So good old budget. This is something that I hear a lot. We don't have budget. Let's leave it. Let's put it under the carpet for now. We'll come to it later in the future. But why? Why would you rather risk it? Do you want all these legalities chasing you? I think it's really risky to be doing that. Also, you want to reach out to more people. It's in the best interest for everyone, really. And it is important, of course. So Why are we thinking about the budget when we have so many free tools available? We have so many plugins that we could actually go today, put it into our Chrome plugin, and actually start doing some accessibility testing. So there's a lot of options out there. It's just about us researching and presenting it in the right manner for the team to be on board. Right. So this is also important. Some of you may be wondering, if I do make a report, what do I actually include in it? So you could actually include areas you tested. So you don't have to test the entire product in one go. You can just pick and choose small areas, medium areas, or large areas, just one page, all pages, or just half a page, your choice. So mention the areas you would concentrate on and why when reporting. Showcase your results. So show the results of your checks. Like if you saw critical issues in one area, what were they and what do you think you could do? Suggestions. If possible, provide some suggestions. At times I've provided colors. What colors are the best choice for this kind of area and what's more standards-wise acceptable for the product? Other things you can think about, I've got a little list here, so I'm just going to mention a few. What conformance level are you working towards as well? If I remove images from the website, can I still see them? Can I still see some sort of description or not? So this is something to think about when designing your applications. The labels are correctly written and placed or not. The audio video content is properly audible or visible. The color contrast ratio is maintained. Can I tab through the content of a page? Colors used are accessible. Meaningful multimedia captions. Error messages are informative. This one could be a bit cosmetic and accessible as well. So if your error message is not understandable on your tooltip, then it doesn't really make much sense having it. You better improve that, make it more accessible, and have it more cosmetic as well. Also, think about the way you have your tooltips as well. As I said earlier, think how are they being accessible. So yeah, these are some of the things that you could have as part of your report and some checklists that you can follow too. Results. So what happens when you kind of do these things in your team? You become an advocate. You are a subject matter expert. You're spreading more eminence around accessibility and you're doing a good thing. You feel accomplished because team members approach you. They keep you in the loop. And actually, UX designers were approaching me and they were trying to understand how I could help them. They were using my report to see how they could improve designs. So it all works very well when you're doing this. So follow my steps. So number one, I would say do a lot of research. It's super important. You can't just jump into accessibility today, for example. Of course, you've learned a lot, but do a little bit of your research as well and understand it better. What is accessibility and how your team could benefit from it? Step two would be to test your application, have some details to showcase so you can have a backup or you can use it as proof for your team that you've done this and it's quite beneficial for the team. Number three would be to prepare informative sessions. So share this information with your team and see what they think. If they have any blockers or anything, they'll talk to you about it. Step four would be to have accessibility as part of your testing approach, so part of your testing strategy. And what does this make you? You're alified. So it just gives you that thing that you feel good as well, that your product is reaching more people out there. You're socially aware and your product is more innovative in that way too. Some quick checks and tips for you to take away. Plugins you can download right away is Arc Toolkit, Axe, Wave, Lighthouse, Remove Styling or Screen Readers. You can also use throttling. So try and use your application with slow 3G, no throttling, offline, see how it works. You can also use emulation, some blurred vision, see how your product looks for people who have blurred vision. Try and go onto your colors on your website or your application and try and right click there, check the color contrast and see if it's AA compliant, AAA, or if it's even accessible. You'll get 2 ticks if it's accessible. You won't get nothing if it's not accessible. You'll get red cross. So that makes you think as well as to what to do next. Okay. Okay, 4 principles of accessible content. Can I perceive it? Can I use it? Can I grasp it? And can I access it? If you can pick all of these 4 and take them for your product, then I guess you are alified. You've actually got a really good product and you are making it so socially aware and innovative so that everyone can use it. And you don't need to think about legalities or risks that might come with it in the future. A little video here again for you all. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make a blueberry muffin in a cup, and this is how I'm making it. So I've put it in the microwave, and hopefully it fluffs up a little bit. I didn't put a lot of baking powder there, but hopefully it does something. Okay, so it looks like it's done. And as I said, it's a blueberry cupcake in a cup. So the question here now is, why am I adding blueberries on the top at the end? They should have been part of my mixture, isn't it? So that's what, this is something really interesting that I caught from Gavin Waterhouse at the Ministry of Testing meetup in Manchester. So it's really interesting because, as I said earlier, have accessibility as part of your testing strategy. Don't put it at the end when it's too kind of late and you have more costs to come with it, more legalities to think about. So think about it sooner rather than later. A little summary for you to take away. So understand accessibility. This is really important. Why you should do it, how to do it, and how to convince your team to do it. How to introduce this to your respective teams. So I hope you took some tips away from my slides today. What can you do? So how can you help? You can definitely do reports. You can talk to people in your team. There might be someone who's actually done it in the past as well. So it will help you pairing up with them and collaborating, or even other teams maybe. And some useful tips and tools that you kind of learned today. What this leaves me with is that if you do this successfully, other teams may want it too. So you can showcase this further and further and make it important for your company. So that was all from me. Thank you very, very much. I hope this was insightful for you and you took some learning away with you. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn and Twitter. I'm happy to chat with you, and make sure you connect with the advocates that I mentioned at the start. Thank you very much. And reach out for any kind of questions you have.
Thank you, Lavina. We're just running a bit out of time, so there are no questions for the session, but it was really nice and interesting. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For all the rest, we'll see you after the break. After the break, your moderator for the QA track will be Alexander Raichev.
Accepting payments simply and securely is what we do. For 20 years, we've helped hundreds of thousands of businesses simplify payments with products designed for an evolving world. Our integrated payments technology is active in 120 global markets, and our payment methods are trusted by tens of millions of consumers. So whatever your model, size, or sector, plug into PaySafe to grow your business with confidence. If your business doesn't stay current, it can lead to frustration on all sides, and your customers have an ever-changing array of ways to pay: cash, card, via a digital wallet, or a bank transfer. We accept over 70 different payment methods, online, in-store, or on the go. And with our wide menu of tools, applications, and banking relationships, you can provide your customers a secure, instant, and personalized payment experience. Plugging into PaySafe means connecting your customers to the ways they want to pay.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богдан. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Opportunity is everywhere. This could be fun. It's a door.
It's doing a lot of kicking down there.
Waiting to be opened. Whatever your ambition, whatever your drive, whatever you're chasing, opportunity is everywhere. All you have to do to find it is get out. Here.
We're a pretty resilient species, and that's true now more than ever. We're finding new ways to do our jobs. We're calling on old skills. We're turning closets into offices and kitchen tables into 4-star restaurants. And we deserve digital experiences that are as resilient as we are. This starts with apps that can scale to keep pace with shifting demand, or update at a moment's notice to support entirely new business models. These adaptable apps rely on agile technology and mindsets to make the development process seamless. In a time when the app experience has become the human experience, being future-ready means keeping people at the heart of innovation and flexing to meet their needs. Because technology really can change the world, but the best technology changes with it.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations, Sofia, Skopje, Rusa and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or two. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum, to having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
We created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
Accepting payments simply and securely is what we do. For 20 years, we've helped hundreds of thousands of businesses simplify payments with products designed for an evolving world. Our integrated payments technology is active in 120 global markets, and our payment methods are trusted by tens of millions of consumers. So whatever your model, size, or sector, plug into PaySafe to grow your business with confidence. If your business doesn't stay current, it can lead to frustration on all sides. And your customers have an ever-changing array of ways to pay: cash, card, via a digital wallet, or a bank transfer. We accept over 70 different payment methods, online, in-store, or on the go. And with our wide menu of tools, applications, and banking relationships, you can provide your customers a secure, instant, and personalized payment experience. Plugging into PaySafe means connecting your customers to the ways they want to pay.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP-системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богдан. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект – адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Opportunity is everywhere. This could be fun. It's a door.
Ooh, it's doing a lot of kicking down there.
Waiting to be open. Whatever your ambition, whatever your drive, whatever you're chasing, opportunity is everywhere. All you have to do to find it is get out. Here.
We're a pretty resilient species, and that's true now more than ever. We're finding new ways to do our jobs. We're calling on old skills. We're turning closets into offices and kitchen tables into 4-star restaurants. And we deserve digital experiences that are as resilient as we are. This starts with apps that can scale to keep pace with shifting demand, or update at a moment's notice to support entirely new business models. These adaptable apps rely on agile technology and mindsets to make the development process seamless. In a time when the app experience has become the human experience, being future-ready means keeping people at the heart of innovation and flexing to meet their needs. Because technology really can change the world, but the best technology changes with it.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations, Sofia, Skopje, Rusa and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or two. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum, to having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork, we are innovation, we make an impact, we create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Hello again, friends. I would like to invite Julio Talima from Brazil. And let me present myself. I'm Alexander. Julio will present his topic, but let's say some words about him. He works as a principal QA engineer at Capco. He has master's degree in electrical and computer engineering with a focus on artificial intelligence. He's also a Brazilian leader, spreading his knowledge through his social media channels to more than 13,000 subscribers. That's incredible. Julio is also the founder of software testing and quality program, and he trains a lot of students. Okay, Julio, maybe you can see your presentation.
Yes, I can see. That's awesome. So first of all, I am very happy to be here today at Ista conference, and yeah, I would like to say thanks for Risto, for Radoslav, and also to Alex for this introduction. I am really proud to be here today, Alex. Okay, perfect. We are going to talk during this next 25 minutes. We are going to talk about one experiment that I did during my master's degree and that I was able to reproduce in some of our clients. That is basically a way to reduce the scope of load testing analysis. And this is something that is a pain in the neck of performance test analysts that spend a lot of time to analyze their load testing results. Because as you may know, guys, when we run a load testing, we get a lot of results coming from the results of the test execution, right? Because when we are doing load testing, we are preparing a lot of virtual users to be able to send requests to our web applications, and then these requests come with a result, and these results are being stored in memory or in a file during the execution. And then after that, we can go there and investigate if we have any issues related to the performance perspective, right? But analyze this is pretty painful. So that's the why I decided to blend software testing and machine learning to try to solve this issue. And during this presentation, that's what I'm going to share with you. The results of this research and experiment, and also some tips that I got and lessons learned that I got during this experience in some of our clients. Okay. If you would like to download this deck or the source files that I'm going to show you during this presentation, please just go to this URL, juliodelima.com.br/Ista2021/Ista2021. So, as Alex said, I am from Brazil, and this is some of my contacts in the social media and my mail. If you would like to talk to me about this presentation or some questions that you have, please reach out to me, and I will be very happy to help you guys to solve your questions. So, as I said, we have a big problem when we are analyzing load testing results, right? And the first one is related to this picture here. You see here a graph, and this graph has two axes, right? The y-axis is related to the milliseconds. I mean, the load time that all the requests are being took when they are processed by the server, and in the x-axis you see the timeline. So during 1 hour, in this image we can see this, in 1 hour we have sent a lot of requests to the server, and then we can see in the y-axis how long it took, right, to be processed. And when I ask you guys, where are the flaws here? Maybe you can have so many hypotheses, and I will ask you to start to think about this. If someone comes to you with a picture like this, a graph like this, and ask you where are the flaws, what you are going to answer? Okay, but just start to think about this since now. About this test, it was this graph comes from a load testing that was run during 1 hour in a row. I used 50 virtual users during this test. And when the 1 hour has ended up, I got one file, a CSV file from JMeter, that is a load testing tool, a well-known load testing tool that has more than 300,000 lines with him. Analyze this, pretty painful, right? Just 2 transactions were executed. One basically was a request to access the main page of the website, and the other one that is to do the login. But as I said before, what are the flaws? This is pretty difficult to understand, right? Because this graph was dense. It's pretty difficult to understand where are the flaws. Maybe you say, oh, this is the peak. This is the blue line that are pretty high here. Oh no, this is because the timeline is pretty long. And yeah, we are going to start to think about hypotheses, but at the end, the right answer would be we need to investigate. We should investigate this, right? And when I ask you to investigate, probably you are going to say something like, I need to go to the application logs to understand what happened in the server during the load testing execution. Or maybe you say, oh, I'm going to just take the response from the server. That is exactly what JMeter will return to you, right? Or maybe you are going to say, I need to go to the infrastructure logs and understand how was the memory, how was the process time, how was the IO, and etc. Right? So we generally start to investigate these logs or these 3 sources of knowledge, right? However, for this talk, we are going to talk about just one of these 3. Okay, just about the response from the server, that is the JMeter test results. Okay, but Julio, I know that application logs and infrastructure logs would provide very insightful, very helpful information. I know that. However, this experiment using machine learning is just focusing on this one. Okay, and if you get interested about this thing that I'm going to share with you, you can explore more machine learning and load testing and start to merge application logs and infrastructure logs to this solution, and then get a most robust solution than what you are going to see now. Okay, great. Every time that I look at the results, as I said before, the results that comes from the JMeter, I see a table like this one. And generally, this is not beautiful like this one. I mean, with colors, with alignment, pretty easy to read what is in the cell, because JMeter is not that fancy tool, right? It's more archaic view, right? However, this is what I see when I am looking at the results. And this view here shows something that is different than what we saw before, right? The table can show me the data. However, 300,000 data, 300,000 records is difficult to analyze. And when I am looking to this picture here, it's impossible to read. However, one of my hypotheses would be that the issues, the flaws are related to these peaks that we see here in this picture, right? So look at this, 72 seconds on waiting for an answer. Probably this is the flaw. Or no, maybe the flaw is in the other peaks that is lower, but still being peaks. But based on my experience, sometimes the issue is not this easy to understand, to identify, right? Maybe the issue the issues are behind this amount of, how do I say, lines here, right? It's difficult to understand. It's difficult to see where is the flaw, because the flaw is not related just to one variable, one attribute. It's not just about milliseconds. And this is the thing that is important here, guys. When we are analyzing load testing results, it's not just about one variable, but it's about many other variables. And again, I invite you to start to think about what are the other attributes, the other properties that could be involved here to identify what are the flaws. So, thinking about this difficult to understand where are the possible flaws, I started to think about a solution that maybe involves machine learning to solve this. And when I started to do that, I thought that, first of all, before to use tools to support testing, I need to think about the critical thinker that are behind the tools. You know what I mean? It's more like how Julio thinks about the flaws. It's not just about milliseconds. It's about milliseconds and latency. It's about milliseconds, latency, and it's about how much bytes I am sending and how much bytes I am receiving from the server. And I started to think about many variables. And then I understood that the way that I, human being, identify what are and what aren't flaws are a analysis of a group of variables. And then I thought about 6 of them. And then I said, how can I identify the flaws since I know the 6 variables? And then I discovered, analyzing myself, that the way that I discovered that it's because I see patterns. I see things that are common. And then I implicitly group the results in some buckets. So let's imagine that I got a result from a load test analysis, and then I start to put some records in buckets. And then these buckets have informations that are similar. So I start to look at this. Oh, this is the bucket of fast velocity to receive, to respond, and to connect. And this is the bucket of things that are taking so long to respond, but it's successful. Oh, this is the bucket that have a lot of issues and takes so long to respond and takes so long to connect. Do you know what I mean? This is what I found. And then I started to think about what are the solutions in machine learning that can reproduce this kind of thought that I, human being, are doing. And then I discovered that there is a category of machine learning algorithms that are called clustering algorithm that does exactly what I was thinking about. You know, it will not, how do I say, think about what are the variables, think about what are the things that I should do. It's not going to think about the analysis of the buckets. It will not work this way. It will just identify patterns and put these records in buckets. This is what this clustering algorithm does. So I created this solution. First step, pre-process the data. I need to get the data from JMeter to pre-process, that is a term used in machine learning that means to how to say, have data with more quality. So I need to handle the data. And then after that, I need to use the k-means clustering algorithm. And then after that, I need to analyze the clusters. So you need now to read clusters as the buckets that I used in my previous example, right? K-means will take the data and put in buckets. Then I, human being, will go there and analyze each of these clusters. And after that, I will be happy reducing the scope that used to be 300K records to be analyzed to just one or two buckets that has the major flaws, the most different data that was found during this analysis. And then maybe now you are like this, tell me more about it. Okay, what I did in each of these steps, pre-process data, what I did was first, JMeter, when you use JMeter, sorry, let's go back and restate this to be clear, to be clearer. You can use JMeter by record the requests between the JMeter and the proxy, or you can install a plugin called BlazeMeter in the Google Chrome and then start to record the actions that you are doing in the browser, right? When you do the second, what will happen is that JMeter or BlazeMeter will create something called transaction. And the transaction is basically a group of requests. Let's imagine that I have two requests and I have one transaction that are surrounding these two requests. When I run the test, JMeter will record the result of the request, the result of the first and the second request, and will record the result of the transaction, making my test results, creating in my test results a lot of other data that will not be useful for me, because it will be redundant. I already have the results in the result of each request. I don't need the transaction. Generally, we use the transaction just to group the requests, so it's not useful. So I remove it from the data set, from the data that I got from the load testing, all of this redundant data. So I go down from 300K to almost 200K, right? Records. Then I did another thing. I have removed all the columns that are not useful from my investigation. So I left just elapsed bytes, sent bytes, latency, and connect columns, because these are the columns that I, human being, would analyze to understand if there are, outliers when analyzing the patterns. Okay. So the third step into the first step were to normalize the data within the range of 0 to 1. And this is very important for the majority of machine learning algorithms. Okay, so I did it just to support the machine learning algorithm to find out the patterns. Second step, I had to select one algorithm that would be able to clusterize the information. So I used k-means. There are other algorithms. Maybe you can use other algorithms, and we can also discuss about this at the end of this presentation. K-means is a cluster algorithm clustering algorithm that is, how they say, provide us testers or curious people about machine learning the power to clusterize the information that is similar. So at the very beginning, we see just blue points, but after you use k-means can identify patterns around this data and for creating the buckets that I mentioned to you guys previously. So in this case, 3 clusters were defined. Who defines how much clusters we need are ourselves. Okay, and k-means try to identify these clusters among the data. So in the third step, I empirically defined that I would like to see k-means identifying 6 clusters. And when I defined these 6 clusters, I run k-means, and k-means come with these clusters. K-means said, Julio, I find out 6 clusters. And as you can see here, this is the amount of results that I found in the first bucket, the second, the third, the fourth bucket. And then I said, oh, this is strange, because I'm seeing 800 records here, 800 observations in this bucket. Sounds strange, right? Because the others are greater than 1,000. And then I, human being, again, have decided to go in a deep analysis of the cluster number 3, because this sounds like outliers, right? Sounds like records that are similar, but it's pretty different than the others. So when I double-clicked the cluster 3, what I found was 871 records. And when I look at these records, I started to read one by one, and then I said, oh, maybe there is a more intelligent way, a smart way to do this. And then I use it mode analysis that is from central tendency measures, right? Like mean or average and etc. So I use mode analysis in the response message column, and then look at this. I found that this cluster are grouping the higher amount of issues. So look at this, guys. This is the heart of this presentation. I was able to, using k-means, identify in one cluster the majority of issues that are in the 300K records. That's the why we were able to reduce the scope of analysis, because I reduced it from 300K to less than 1K.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Sorry, Siri was talking to me here. Okay, so I were able to identify that this cluster is the problematic cluster, and then I can look at these results, these 871 results, to understand what's going on. And then I discovered that it was a lot of failed to respond. The server was not was very requested, so he stopped to respond, right? And I was able to find out this because I used my intelligence as a human being and the intelligence of the algorithm. So do you remember, I asked you if maybe the 772K seconds request are the issue, right? But look at this, it's not, because the cluster, I have created this histogram using that cluster. And as you can see here, the cluster, the greater, the higher load time found in that cluster was less than 6 seconds. What it means? It means that not always the peaks represent the issues. Sometimes the issues are within the results, hidden by some patterns that just human beings can be able to identify. Smaller than you thought, isn't? Guys, I would like to thank you again and say if you want to keep in contact, that's my contacts, and this is the URL when you can download this and the slides as well. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you also, Julio, and it was really great presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time to ask some questions. Thank you for your time, and yeah, hopefully you can visit us offline.
Definitely. Thank you, Alex, and again, congratulations, guys. This is a very professional conference, and I'm pretty proud to be here today.
Thank you very much. See you.
Bye-bye. Hey, Alex, thank you.
We created Indigo Design App Builder to accelerate your app delivery with one app creation platform. Now your designers, developers, and product managers can all work in the same WYSIWYG cloud-based platform. No need to download anything, no heavy IDEs or third-party dependencies, reducing friction and costly errors, and providing customers and users with better apps faster. Indigo Design App Builder includes a rich layout system and complete toolbox of real UI components and tools. Designers simply drag and drop actual components to build a real app fast, without the requirement of a vector-based design. With an integrated design system, you can easily create custom themes matching your product's branding. Get started quickly with a sketch file or use a pre-built app template. Deliver apps faster to your customers. Try Indigo Design App Builder today.
Welcome again. Let's continue with our afternoon session with Alexander Kolev. Alex is a engineer with 20 years of experience across various companies and business domains, from some international companies to startups. For the past 8 years, he has been a technical management. Currently, he is the head of engineering of Sofia site of Halo Diagnostics, where he's working on improving the patient outcomes. Let me welcome Alexander to present his slides.
Hey, hello, good afternoon. Thanks for hosting me. So yeah, my name is Alex, and today we'll talk a little bit about testing distributed systems. It's not a very easy topic. I don't have much time, so excuse me if I'm rushing too fast. So yeah, just a bit about myself. I have some years in the industry. I've worked in all sorts of places. I regularly jump in between dev and management roles. I've worked in various domains, from Formula One telemetry solutions all the way to ERPs and currently healthcare. And essentially, I love building and shipping software. That's my passion. That's what I do. The agenda for today, we're just going to cover a little bit of why we test, and then we're going to jump straight on monoliths, how we test those, and then how this is, how this looks compared to testing distributed systems, which is certainly not the same thing. Then testing in production, which is one of the things that is the primary focus of this presentation, and then some of the challenges with testing in production, and for each of those bullets essentially. This quick disclaimer before I jump into it, there's a lot of personal bias and experience into this talk. It's certainly not a recipe. There's no silver bullet for testing. Every project is different, so take this with a grain of salt. It's very SaaS-centric, so if you're not doing a SaaS, this may not necessarily apply to you, and it's kind of controversial. It's just the way life is. Okay, so why we test? Testing is our unfortunately, as much as we will love it, software is not being synthesized, so we have to validate it, and the entire space of possible states is humongous. So testing is essentially our best effort exercise to be able to tell something about the system and validate its behavior. It's a tricky business, as you shall see, because for a number of reasons, essentially, the size of the unit under test varies. Makes a huge difference. Obviously, the smaller the unit, the simpler it is to validate it. And of course, the bigger the system or the bigger the unit under test, the more complicated or impossible it becomes. Coverage alone, however, is not sufficient. I've seen, and everybody has seen, where you have, a piece of software that has 100% coverage or very close to it, still broken. And respectively, to get a good coverage is incredibly difficult. It's hard to define it. It's a piece of art, essentially. Isolation between tests is complicated. Every test has the potential to, leave a trace which affects other tests or the system itself. And everybody that has worked on bigger systems has probably come to realize that data with regards to testing is a very tricky endeavor. If you have a bigger system that's data intensive, you eventually end up creating a test data set, and keeping this in sync with an ever-evolving system is by far not easy. Any test, as good as it may be, if it's not repeatable or non-deterministic, essentially it makes it completely useless and it should be disabled, and it often is. And of course, when it comes to third parties, it's just not, depending on the provider, very often it is very hard or impossible to do the testing. So this is just the reality of life. Monoliths, for the most part of this industry, we've been working with monoliths. So we pretty much know how to build these. But at the end of the day, it doesn't, working on a monolith usually doesn't just affect the application design, which is usually what we imply when we talk about monoliths. But it also affects how data is being modeled, how it's being accessed, the build infrastructure, the release process itself, and surprisingly testing too. All these things, they are very tailored to what it is and you're building, and in this case a monolith. Monoliths have some specific traits. Very often, just because of the application design or architecture, all the different components of it, they don't necessarily require I/O. So they're, by definition, compared to distributed systems, they have a lot less I/O. The data setup is obviously easier because for a monolith, you would normally have one or just a few databases that you have to deal with. So this whole thing is easier. Environment setup provisioning is for this reason also simpler. If you have to create one or more environments, just creating the scripts for this is way simpler. Configuration is thus simpler, and respectively, the entire system footprint is smaller. And all this makes end-to-end testing relatively cheap and predictable, despite the drawbacks. Having said all this, the theory, everybody's probably familiar with this pyramid. Everybody knows what it is and how things should look like in reality. However, what really happens in reality is more like this. Everybody loves end-to-end tests, and they're overused. Essentially, developers love it because, somebody else, for the most part, writes them and maintains them. The business people like it because, it tests real scenarios, which for them is very valuable. And quality assurance engineers, they like it because everything, it exercises the entire stack, and very often, it addresses some of the hard parts that I mentioned earlier. So despite this ice cream cone being an anti-pattern, is incredibly popular, and it kind of works for monoliths. And this is the scary part. Everybody's also familiar, or to some extent familiar, that those end-to-end tests come with a cost, and they're kind of painful. The maintenance cost, obviously, is one of them. If you have, a test exercising your entire system, you probably have to, put in place the entire system, set up some data to test the entire system. And this is by no means easy in any shape or form, starting from hardware and going all the way up to, setting up your test case. Reproducibility for those tests is, not optimal, let's say. It's much harder to guarantee reproducibility in the context of a test that exercises, a lot of components. The speed, therefore, is also slower because you're, exercising the entire stack. Those tests are flaky, and the quality of their signal is poor in the sense that, when you get the test like this failing, you have to spend a lot of time digging into logs and all sorts of other auxiliary artifacts just to be able to sort out essentially what has gone wrong. The timing of the error signal is also pretty bad. For the most part, you get this way too late. Because of all the other things I already mentioned, the fact of life is that, especially if you have a large suite of those end-to-end tests, those get executed way too late in the game, usually before release, if there are too many, or on some regular interval, let's say monthly, weekly, or what have you. And it's not at the time when actually the developer is doing the change and causing the regression. So despite this sort of an approach being an anti-pattern, it's very popular, and even for monoliths, actually incredibly popular. So distributed systems, this talk is not focused on distributed systems in the sense from the engineering perspective. It's really just from testing. So I'm not going to go into great detail here, but just to set the scene, distributed systems essentially, it's a system where all the different components or modules reside on different, in different places. They have external boundaries, usually on different hosts, different VMs, what have you. And respectively, because of this, from a testing perspective, these have some specifics that are, interesting, let's say. They're very IO bound, because of all the networking and that's involved in for the different pieces to talk to each other. The state is decentralized. All of a sudden, instead of having a monolith with a single database, all of a sudden you have plenty of services that each of them has its own database, and it gets more complicated. Configuration is also decentralized. You have feature level releases, which is essentially here to say that your release process looks different. All of a sudden, you don't go forward with a full Big Bang type of a release. You need to release on per feature level. And typically, those systems also come with very strong SLAs around fault tolerance, high availability, and other things. And the thing that's most notable about those systems is that something's always broken somewhere. So embrace failure. Failure is always present, either in terms of networking, some partitioning or something, or some host dying, or what have you. And failure is the norm, therefore it's not the exception anymore. In this context, it's an interesting question if end-to-end testing really helps, because as I mentioned, this is by far, as far as I'm concerned, one of the most popular ways of testing, despite all the different ways of testing. It's still overused. And so the answer to this question is no. And there are multiple reasons for this. As I mentioned, testing, end-to-end testing usually happens in a separate environment that's a replica at best of the production environment. And testing in a separate environment that has different configuration, that has different states, that has different usage patterns, different number of users, concurrent users, leads essentially to a completely different systemic behavior. So even if your pre-production tests in the face of end-to-end tests succeed, that doesn't really tell you much about the system, and still whatever you're about to push to production can just bring your production down on its knees. And this is a big problem. So yeah, essentially the scope of pre-production testing is really just as good as we can sort of predict the failure modes. And in this distributed setup, let's say, it becomes impossible to do so. The good news is that to an extent that doesn't really matter much, or it's not this big of a problem, let's say. A failing test at the end of the day doesn't really benefit the user. Now this is a bit controversial, but that's my take on it, not just mine. Because the thing is that despite what a test may say, if a system works, the system works. If the system doesn't work, doesn't work. A test may be green or red, it really doesn't matter. What does benefit the user, though, is a bug fix. So if a system is broken, assuming it's broken, if you push a fix to production quick enough, this benefits the user. So in a way, quality is really not about the testing so much, but it's really just about having the right feedback loop that is fast, reliable, and granular. If you look at the entire spectrum of a system, or life cycle of development, if you wish, you have the R&D part, which in this slide is marked in yellow. And then you have the system when it's in ops, which is the green part. And then you have all the unknowns, as we call them, that are essentially failure modes that you could have never predicted, things that just happen, and for whatever reason, a weird sequence of events just brings everything down. And so our purpose in life should be to have a feedback loop that addresses this entire spectrum, and not just the yellow part of it, which is where pre-production testing in the face of end-to-end tests really focuses on. Some things to consider. The current QA model is being phased out. It's actually being phased out for the past 10 years. All the big corporations, they've moved away from the classical setup where you have a dedicated QA team, and then you have a dev team, and then they have to coordinate release plans and all sorts of other plans to just make sure something is working at the end of it. In the distributed systems world that we currently live in, this looks quite different, and teams that operate one or more services are typically empowered and are responsible for the life cycle of everything they own. So we have to think about quality more holistically and not just, pre-prod. So yeah, QA should also therefore span not just pre-prod, but deploy and release, essentially the entire spectrum. And believe it or not, acknowledging it or not, everybody is in ops now, especially if you're running a SaaS. This is just the way it is. And therefore, the testing spectrum, this is a picture I borrowed from the internet, but essentially it serves its purpose. So it shows pre-production, and then the remaining of the spectrum is, everything after, or testing in production. And that's not just one type of test. Essentially, you can consider this being comprised of at least 3 stages, depending on how you look at it. One of them being, when something is deployed, but it's not yet released, then when something is actually released in the sense that it actually serves user traffic, and then post-release, what happens. And all these different types of tools that we have for addressing all of these 3 stages, they more or less are based on the same concept of observability plus automation, and I'll discuss this a little bit more in the following slides. What does this mean for pre-production testing? Well, my take is that this is not an either-or type of situation. Shift-left testing is still very valuable. It's just very limited in effect. When you're building a service-oriented architecture or distributed system of some sort, a useful way of thinking about it from an engineering or a test perspective is the step-up flow, as they call it, which is essentially your new unit test is really what we used to call integration tests. And integration tests are now, what's really testing in production. Because, based on the release process that you have and everything else, testing it in a stage environment, as I said, is not very viable. Regression testing, the good news is that it can largely be done in prod these days. And from a testing strategy perspective, if you're a team owning services, what this really means is that you still need to do pre-prod, but focus really on the state space, let's say with property-based testing or something, and then validating your contracts, and everything else can happen essentially afterwards. So testing in production, there are a number of prerequisites that need to be in place for this to be useful, to be possible, actually. One of these is blast radius. Everybody has to be familiar with the concepts. Essentially, what this means is whenever something goes down in the system, what else goes down? Because the thing is, if you have a distributed system with many moving parts, everything is at some point down. And therefore, we have to take special care that, the blast radius or the things that go down together is as small as possible. This is one. Your product obviously has to be instrumented for observability, because all these different techniques, as I mentioned, they're just a combination of observability plus infrastructure and automation. And if you don't have the observability component built in your product, or it's not good enough, it won't get you there. You need to have obviously fully automated and mature feature level CI/CD pipelines. Otherwise, it gets really, really, really messy, and probably you're not mature enough in terms of infrastructure and processes to be doing that. Feature flags are a prerequisite, a very important one. I'll get to it in the next slides. Related to the observability, you need to have well-defined service level indicators, objectives, and also error budgets, because testing in production, in a way, does run the risk of taking something down, and you need to have those budgets and processes supporting them well defined up front, so that you have the incentive to not do be very careful and not cause outages. Infra and tooling is self-explanatory, and from a process perspective, you need the two things worth mentioning here. One is the release process, because as I mentioned earlier, deploying in the Big Bang style everything when you're running a distributed system essentially removes many of the benefits of having such a system. And so most companies that have products like this, they want to release on a per feature level. So you need to have a release process that supports this all the way through. And the last thing is game days. Those are critical in a way. And the concept here is that essentially your engineering team needs to become proficient in troubleshooting your system when it breaks. Because again, failure is to embrace, not to avoid. You cannot avoid failure. Outages will happen. And when they do, especially if you have strong SLAs, you need to be prepared as an organization to face this. You don't want somebody improvising troubleshooting or debugging the system, in the middle of the night. That usually doesn't work and doesn't end well. So game days is essentially a process that allows you to train your team with simulated events to just go and, troubleshoot without actually having an outage on hand. The main pillars of distributed testing are based on a number of things that I'm going to go through. One of them is feature flags. Feature flags are awesome and very, very much required to be doing any of this. They are the piece that essentially allows you to decouple deploying and release stages, so that you can put something in production but not serve traffic. And this is pretty amazing, just enabling the concept. Another thing that they're awesome for is break deploy dependencies. So your CI/CD pipelines will typically operate on a per service level. So if you have a features, involving the work of multiple teams, or even if it's a single team but multiple services, you either need to introduce on the build pipeline some sort of a dependency graph or something, or somehow deal with the situation, which can be very problematic. So the CI/CD should stick on a per service level. When you have a situation like this, you can break the dependency by just having feature flags and deploy everything autonomously, and then at the end of it, just flip the flag. So that's important. With regards to observability, it's not just important to have observability, but also have high cardinality observability, meaning you need to have all the different dimensions that allow you to be, consuming the data in a meaningful way from an analytics perspective, so that if you deploy a canary or you're doing something of the sort, or you have a new version of a component, and you're monitoring just this thing, you need to be able to figure out the quality of it by narrowing the scope of data to just that piece. So if you don't have things like version numbers, feature IDs, or things like this, it makes the whole observability pretty useless. As long as you just have high granularity there. Another major pillar is version coexistence in production. So this is one of the most important things, because what you would typically want to do is just deploy a piece, and then you monitor it, you serve it some traffic, or like all these different canaries, blue-green deployments, A/B testing, and whatnot. They are based on this. So version coexistence is sort of critical. Shallow and mirroring, there's a set of techniques that essentially have to deal with the fact how you use those multiple, like a new version of something in deployment in terms of testing. So, for example, you can serve some traffic, like you fork some of the traffic, you put it through the new version being deployed, and then you could compare the outputs, or you could just look at states or do something else. But essentially, that's a set of techniques that is important in this regard. And fault injection being the last one, this is largely for addressing the unknowns. You need to be breaking things. Sometimes things look normal, and of course everybody's inclined to not break things. But essentially, breaking things is awesome. It allows you to learn a lot about your system, a lot about your blast radius. So it's kind of critical to be doing this every now and then. And things like chaos engineering and whatnot, they fall into this bucket. The better feedback loop looks a little bit more like this, actually. So, now instead of just focusing on the pre-production things, which is the yellow piece, now you're testing in production as well, which is the green piece. And now, as a result, the unknowns, with a bit of luck, should have reduced, by far. And then for these, you really just have to have awesome observability and keep an eye on your system. That's more or less what it gets down to, having a better feedback loop. However, having said all this, testing in production is pretty hard. In fact, it is way harder than anything else. It requires a lot of maturity from a company perspective, from an infrastructure perspective. And there are a number of problems well known with those techniques, let's say. This is by no means a complete list, but the first thing is a feature cold start. So if you unless you're a company of the scale of Facebook or Google, where you have a gazillion users, tons of traffic, so that whatever you do, you could always serve it to somebody. Sometimes it may be very tricky to use or make use of those techniques with a feature that is brand new and it's not supposed to be widely adopted. It doesn't target your entire segment of users. And this can be addressed, but it's something to be considered, especially if you're a company that's pre-production or something like this. Stateful services are very interesting in this context too, because they're complicated. I mean, they have a database usually associated with them, and respectively, when being tested, those have the highest chance of introducing side effects to a production system. And respectively, it's those tests that run against these, they have to be carefully considered and done and executed properly. Otherwise, the blast radius may be way too big in a way. And also, when those systems, when you have a stateful service like this, very often, if it has a database, especially transactional database, there's the expectation that you will have a zero downtime database migration, and this is also not trivial in any means. Multi-version coexistence, as I mentioned, is being critical for all of these techniques. Essentially, also comes at cost. Most of this essentially is going down to the engineering and DevOps teams. in the form of backward and forward compatibility requirements, because if you need to be able to support multiple versions at the same time in production, essentially the entire contract of your service needs to be backward and forward compatible. So this includes your API, it includes the schema of your events if you're using a message broker, it includes the schema of your database. Enforcing this is tricky. It's doable via contract testing. Usually there are great tools that can support you in this endeavor, but it's certainly something that needs to be embraced, not by enforcing it, by engineering culture, if you wish. Traffic shaping for multi-version coexistence is also pretty important. Luckily, if you're using like the Kubernetes or service meshes, things like this, this is programmable. So it makes a lot of these things very easy to do, or much easier to do. Not very easy, but easier to do, in the sense that you can always get some production traffic and create some ingress rules, whatever, to just split it based on something, and that's perfectly okay, and it works. But it's certainly not easy, just easier with the proper infrastructure. And then yes, infrastructure and automation. I cannot stress enough on this. This is critical. And most importantly, you need to have the right mindset in the sense that, whatever you do, at the end of the day, something will be broken, outages will happen. There's no way around this. The only thing you can do is brace for this and have a feedback loop that really spans your entire life cycle and gives you enough data during all the different stages, pre-production, deployment, release, and post-release, so that you have good confidence in the system being working. And that's pretty much it, what I had. And thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for your presentation. I'm pretty sure that you mentioned that not everything is so clear and so easy. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for your time being with us, and wish you all the best.
Thank you guys for hosting me. It's a great place. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome again. Our next speaker is with 15 years of experience as a tester, team manager, and trainer. At the work, he is driven by constant process of learning and experiments in the search of the most efficient way to test and reduce risk in the software. Today, he will tell us more about his journey of trial and error in finding effective ways of testing microservices and focusing on alternative approaches of handling the integration aspects of it. Panayot, thank you for being with us here today. Wish you all the best with your presentation.
Thank you for having me. Hope you can hear me well. Hi everyone, and allow me to start with a quick question. What do you consider to be the greatest sin in testing? Is it testing too little and not providing enough coverage, or not knowing when to stop, or God forbid still doing some manual testing? Please use the Slido to share your thoughts. And while you do, I'll try to tell you a quick story, because for me this question brings me back to my early days as a tester and one of the first big projects that I was assigned to. You know, the complex system, the sophisticated testing process, everything that gets a junior tester all hyped up. So to give you some perspective, this is before Java and cross-functional teams became popular. So I'm part of this regular testing team with our testing lead and Helen. Let me tell you more about Helen, because she's an important person in that story. So Helen is the senior tester. She's been there for quite a while. She knows the system inside out. So she's given the most important task of all, to determine and to manage the testing scope of the projects. So whenever a new feature comes in, this is how it goes. First, the requirements come to Helen. She reads them quickly. She finds that they're lousy and incomplete, like any other specification in time. And she spends something like a couple of hours and quickly starts drafting some testing scenarios. And because Helen knows management, she knows that they don't like any defects slipping through whatsoever. And she's determined to make sure everything gets tested. And I mean everything. Like, for example, these exotic scenarios when a blue moon shines in the sky and it leads on keyboard and you strike a particular key combination and then their software breaks, right? So she throws a couple of hundred like this in there. And then it's time for us to start writing the test cases. And yes, you know, the test cases like preconditions, the expected results, the test steps, everything by the book. And Helen is there all the time to review and make sure we don't skip anything, because, you know, if something doesn't get written down, it might not get tested, right? And yeah, there are questions here and there where all this is relevant or whether we should start prioritizing it, but who knows where defects might come from. And besides, Helen knows the system better than anyone. So this quickly gets overruled. This takes her something like a month for the entire testing team to write the test cases. And then it's high time we started testing because the developers are ready, you know. And at that point, I'm sure you already know what's next. So allow me to fast forward a couple of months and several hundred manual tests later and take you to a pivotal moment, because it's the end of our first testing iteration and we finally get to take a weekend off because we're quite exhausted already. The project, unfortunately, is way past the deadline. Management is furious. And our testing lead is a bit frustrated as well, because he knows that regression is yet to come and there's no automation to rely on, simply because the automation team are still struggling to automate all the blue moon scenarios from the previous project. And what about Helen? She's content because after all, she again gave it all she could and she did her best. Besides, there's no much time for retrospective or lessons learned, because the requirements for the next project are already on her desk. If you ask about me, I'm not so hyped anymore, you can imagine that. But I come to realize something very important, that it does matter how we approach testing. And sometimes, unfortunately, rather often, we pave our own way into testing hell. You know already that my name is Panayot Suvakov. I work as a QA manager and team lead in Experian. And although a lot of years have passed since that story I just told you, and a lot about testing and automation and everything has changed since then, I still seem to be facing this same question every day in my work. How do we test it smarter rather than harder? So I'm really excited to be part of Ista conference and be able today to speak more about microservice testing challenges in particular and the lessons me and my colleagues learned through our journey of trial and error there. So speaking about microservices, ever wondered why these got so popular? If you Google that question, I'm most certain that you find quickly the 9, 11, or was it 21 benefits of microservices. But to me, it seems that all boils down to one thing. Microservices are meant to be simple. There should be a simple and easy way to get your change from code to production, being it implementation or deployment or scalability-wise. So they should be much easier and simple to test, right? Right. Or so I thought when I joined Experience several years ago on a product that was migrating, you guessed it, from monolith to microservices. And actually, I quickly realized that a complex system is still a complex system regardless of how you refactor it. And we're just moving the complexity from one place to another, in this case, from the component itself to the integration and connectivity between all the bits and pieces. So the risk and the testing challenges also shift into that direction. And the big questions become, how do we ensure that this is working together as a whole with so many different parts being released independently all the time? And with so many teams around the world doing implementation and testing with their preferred tools, how do we scale our automation approach and make it consistent? So before diving more into this, let's put in some terms, because with microservices, we often talk about consumers and providers, right? So the consumer is a service that consumes information, and the provider is a service that provides information. It's as simple as that. And yes, sometimes consumers and one service can be both a consumer and a provider, but let's keep it pretty simple for that presentation. So how do these talk to each other? Well, through the magic of APIs and HTTP protocol mostly, right? So here the consumer apparently sends an HTTP request to get some user information, and the provider provides that details as a HTTP response with some payload in JSON format and so forth. And this structure here is actually what we call the API contract, right? And this is actually where the magic of API is, because if both consumer and provider keep this contract, they should be able to talk to each other just fine. And the question becomes, how do we test this part then? So let's see what options we have. First, we can keep it simple and keep relying on our unit tests, our functional component test, doesn't matter. And don't pay much more attention to the integration part, because if we introduce some changes to the contract, we will surely notify all the teams and dependencies we have. And let's see how this plays out. For example, let's try to release the provider. Let's say we develop some changes in the provider, put it as a version 1.1. And while we make these changes, bug fixes, whatever, we realize that with the payload, we are returning this active status as a string. And start wondering, why a string? Isn't it more logical to be a Boolean? Much better, I think. So we're not changing anything here in terms of how the service will behave and the logic. So we amend our unit tests. They should pass at that point. We deploy it on some testing or staging or maybe production environment. And then what happens is that we break the consumer, right? Why? Because we changed the contract, even involuntary. So this strategy is quite simple, which is great, but it also tends to be kind of risky in my experience, because only relying on our functional tests and our unit tests to make sure they flag to us that we've changed the contract is not always enough. And actually, if we are developing a complex system with many dependencies, many teams, a critical system even, we don't get the chance to make too many of these mistakes, and management is soon on our back, maybe demanding some proper testing. So why don't we put in some good old integration tests then? We know from the classical testing pyramid and from the example that I just showed that unit testing are actually a bit risky. But at the same time, the end-to-end, the other part, is something that we tend to avoid. We don't want this costly solution and invest too much in it. So why don't rely on integration testing instead? They should should fit right in the middle and provide us real reliability and actually at the same time not as costly as the end-to-end test we try to avoid. So let's see how this plays out. We're releasing the provider once again, the same version, but this time, not only unit test, but we throw in some integration stage there as well. In order to do that and make sure we don't break our consumer, we need to spin the consumer itself and run its integration tests against our pipeline. But not many teams, in my experience, like to do that because actually running someone else's test is not fun. And also, we find out that there are other dependencies that we start taking care about in order to run the consumer. So in my experience, again, most of our teams just skip that if they were releasing the provider and didn't do that kind of testing. But what about if we're releasing the consumer? Here, the situation is much more common, I believe, and much more straightforward. Because if we're releasing this new version of the consumer, all we need to have is run our own integration test against the provider itself. All we need to do is to spin that provider in an environment along with the consumer, right? But at the point we start spinning it up, we realize it's not starting unless it has its direct dependencies. And then they have their own direct dependencies and their indirect dependencies, and they're the common stuff like authentication services, like tokens and so forth. And before we know it, we just spin up the whole environment, the whole stack, just to test this tiny integration part here, remember? And if one myth got busted for us at that point is that you can actually do integration testing in the small with microservices. The short answer is in most cases, you just can't. You're just piling up on your end-to-end tests. And at that point, we also realized that we won't be able to achieve what we're striving, independent releases, keeping compatibility with all of these versions because the consumer doesn't have only one provider in the real case, right? And ensuring all of these are working together with real integration, this is where integration environment hell actually is. We're killing a fly with an elephant gun here, like they say in English. So at that point, again, we started wondering, is it possible to have the benefits of unit tests and the reliability of real integration at the same time? Is it possible to have the cake and eat it too? Strangely enough, the answer to that question appears to be yes, it can, with something called contract testing. Now, contract testing, you already heard it mentioned several times during even this conference. It's nothing new, actually. It's been here for several years already. And what actually is a way to shift left our integration risks and to remove the complexity of real integration by starting to pay attention to the contract, to the API contract itself, and started taking benefit of the fact that we're working with APIs. So depending on who is defining the contracts, the tests, actually the contract test could be consumer-driven or provider-driven, with consumer-driven contract testing arguably being the more advanced and popular type of contract testing, with the help of tools like Pact, actually, which got very popular in recent years, I should say. And actually, this is what we this is the tool we actually tried when we first started experimenting with contract testing. So I'll try to briefly tell you how this works. A Pact is a combination of a mock server and a library, actually. So if you're trying to release the consumer this time, let's start with it. We are writing our expectations with the help of a Pact framework. We're defining our expectations from the provider, how this mock should look like. We're defining here, for example, this get existing user details case when we expect particular status, paywall, etc. from the consumer side. And then we're writing our unit test with framework we like, because Pact actually supports a lot of tools and languages and frameworks, and we're validating our request response from the consumer side against this specification, against this mock. This actually gets recorded by Pact as a JSON file, which, if we look inside it, is actually a series of interactions defined by our own test that we just did. And this is the contract. This is the consumer-driven contract. Then we need to run this against the pipeline of the provider against the build of the provider, in order to know that our expectations are also kept in mind from the provider side, and both teams think the same. So again, the same scenario here from the provider side. All we need to do and need to have in the provider is the so-called state, in order to put the service in a state that is needed for the test. And if everything goes okay, this signals back to the consumer pipeline, and it can be safely released to another stage or on production. And if we're releasing the provider, well, it's even more easy, because we just need to fetch all the tests, all the contracts from our consumers, and run them against our pipeline. How do we do that? Well, there are multiple ways, but maybe the most popular is the out-of-the-box solution called Pact Broker, which is actually an API service which serves as orchestrator for contracts between all the consumers and providers in the system. And what we actually got out of this experimentation is that we found out contract testing, and especially consumer-driven contract testing, is really a powerful concept, because it gives you the reliability of integration, free integration, at the cost of a unit test, with a totally detached way. And actually, it also greatly improves the collaboration between the teams, because they start communicating through tests and through code, rather than the usual emails like they used to, which is, I believe, also always better. Something that's worth mentioning here is that consumer-driven contract testing is mostly applicable for internal APIs, because, as you saw, we need to know who our consumers are. But where we struggled the most, I should admit, is the adoption part. Now, you already saw that in order to achieve that, with Pact in particular, you need to have that framework, you need to have that tool implemented in all your consumers and providers. And when we are talking, like in our case, this was already a build-up system with many services, many different teams, with different maturity of their pipelines and and the teams as a whole. Actually, this proved out to be quite a costly exercise. And also, you need to have the states like you saw. There's dependency on the implementation part, which you need to actually be ready to pay the cost to. And at that point, actually, we were not. And we were back at that point mostly to the drawing board, thinking whether we should go back and start relying on our so-called integration tests, or actually end-to-end testing, endure the pain. But at that point, we came across a very interesting concept of using specification-driven development and specification-driven API approach to contract testing. And actually, this came out as a really out-of-the-box solution for us, because here, with specification-driven development, specification-first approach, the specification, most usually with the formula Swagger, an open API specification, is something that is either derived from the code, or mostly the code is being derived from. And the implementation actually of the consumer and provider depends on the specification on this file. And because all our services mostly were already using this specification first approach, and we already had our code generated from the Swaggers, it was really out of the box when we found out there's a quite nice library developed and promoted by Atlassian called Swagger Request Validator. Actually, it's a set of libraries, but this is mostly what we used out of it, which allows you to validate your request response against your specification file. Let's say it's a Swagger file, and actually make sure that your implementation and your changes still adhere to the Swagger, which is actually your contract. And it gets even, you can see that you can do it with a few lines of code. Actually, And that also makes us confident that the Swagger is what we can promote for the consumers to use as well. And when we get to releasing the consumer, I would tend to say that it's even more powerful because you don't need real integration with the provider in this case as well. You just need to validate your request response against the provider Swagger file where you can use it in multiple ways. For example, generating a mock out of it, or as it was in our case, we were heavily using wire mock. We just supercharged our mocks, validating them against the Swagger and making sure that our expectations on the consumer side are the same as the actual specification of the provider. And what we found out here is that it's really lightweight approach that allows for multiple implementation, and a lot of the dependencies that I just showed you with tools like Pact and consumer driven can be skipped if needed. And also this is an approach, as you can see, this is provider driven, but it can also be complemented with consumer driven approach because Swagger Request Validator Library supports Pact framework. The tricky part, I should say here, is the comparison with the Swagger because we heavily rely on the structure of the Swagger on OpenAPI specification. But all the stuff that we came across, actually we found suitable workarounds, so there were no showstoppers there. And this is how our pipelines look now. For example, if we're releasing the provider, we are just running our unit tests, our component functional tests, and then we're running the contract tests, again, without any need for actual environment here. We are just validating the Swagger file again, the changes again, the Swagger file, and then we deploy and promote to some end-to-end testing environment or even production, depending on the case. And actually, an important question for us was how we distribute the Swaggers in this case, because you see a lot of our environments, we have a lot of stacks, and they're mostly dynamically generated out of the pipeline. They're not long-lived environments. So we needed to, we didn't want to have one service running there for all our stacks, orchestrating everything across the board. And so we decided to go for a solution which uploaded the Swagger directly into Artifactory, from where it actually can be fetched. Of course, you need to have some specific naming convention, some uniqueness to the file, so you can track the versions as well. And then that's done with the provider. And if you want to release the consumer, it's more or less the same stages. And when we get to the contract testing, we just fetch the Swagger file, test our changes against that. And if everything's okay, we deploy and promote. So as a recap, I would like to tell you that, yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, it's really been a journey of trial and error for us. But I guess it gave us a lot of perspective. And I believe we finally found a very suitable solution for us to scale and be able to scale that to all our teams. And this works very well up to now in our context. But especially because this is our context, it might not be yours. So I hope that everything you heard and saw in this presentation, you take with a grain of salt and you put it through your own perspective. And I sincerely hope that if you found something new or interesting in this presentation, you seek it out and try it out for yourself, you experiment with it. Because after all, software and technology are changing constantly. And if we want our test to be a helper rather than an impediment, I believe we should be adapting and improving our testing approaches and tools as well. Because if we fail to do so, isn't actually that the greatest sin in testing? Thank you. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any other questions, but I'm pretty sure that the testing process is important for the quality of the product, and thanks for sharing with us your experience. Thank you, also for your time.
You can also use the Slido. I can use it as a reminder. If you can share your thoughts and questions, it will be really nice for me to see what you think. And you can use it for questions as well.
Thanks, Panayot. And
thank you.
Nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again. Bye. Bye-bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained.
The Hershey Company is an organization that's driven to bring positive impact to the world. We have in excess of 80 iconic brands such as Reese, Kit Kat, Hershey's. Hershey's looking at how do we evaluate and manage the brands that we are delivering to ensure that they're profitable. So technology will help to bring a lot of that together, whether it's through how we actually process certain types of transactions, whether it's how we evaluate and manage the financial performance of certain brands or certain customers. The organization was faced with making a decision and moving directly to adopt SAP S/4HANA Central Finance. We see it already leading to quicker decision making. We can do a lot of analysis on a brand, on a customer, on a specific cost center, as well as on vendor activity or customer activity. SAP was key to Hershey's overall success.
Smart IT е технологичното ядро за разработка и поддръжка на собствени комплексни бизнес решения на Management Financial Group. Български финансов холдинг в сферата на небанковите финансови услуги, опериращ в цяла Европа. Решенията, които Smart IT създава, подпомагат дигиталната трансформация на бизнеса. Днес звеното разполага с 130 специалисти, заети в разработката на ERP-системи, бизнес интелидженс, финтех платформи и още. Дейността на компаниите се разделя в 5 дивизионни направления. Дивизия Home Collected Credits има най-голям дял от групата с общ оборот от близо 140 милиона евро за последната година, с представителства в Централна и Източна Европа.
Казвам се Радостин Богдан. В екипа на Smart IT съм от 6 години. Нашите партньори имат нужда от решения, които позволяват лесно, бързо и гъвкаво да стартират и развиват бизнесите си. Гордеем се с най-мащабният ни проект – адаптивната финтех платформа SmartCheck, която им носи това конкурентно предимство.
Welcome again. Next topic is web accessibility testing, and it will be presented by Cristian Pacev, QA team lead at Isobar. He has more than 8 years of experience in QA domain. Now he is leading a team of skilled QA specialists responsible for the smooth running of e-commerce site of the sport giant Adidas. He has passions in automated testing, big data migration, non-functional testing, and building processes for quality improvements. Welcome, Cristian. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you for this wonderful introduction. So, hi everyone. Welcome to my talk about web accessibility testing. I'll try my absolute best not to repeat myself with what Wawina mentioned in the previous session. So let's jump right into it. So today we're just going to go through what web accessibility testing is, reasons why we should test for it, how do we test for web accessibility. Here we go through some manual approaches and some automated implementation that can really help us along the way. So before we answer what web accessibility testing is, I think we need to be on the same side on what web accessibility is in general. So W3Org defined web accessibility by the following definition. Web accessibility means that our website tools and technologies are designed and developed so that people with disabilities can use them. Personally, I don't prefer to use this definition that much because it focuses too much on the words people with disabilities. So the definition which I prefer is actually given from the MDN network, and it's as follows. Web accessibility is ensuring that our websites or products can be used by as many people as possible. And thus, the web accessibility testing is the practice of ensuring that our website or products can be used by as many people as possible. And here I do want to emphasize on the words as many people as possible, because typically when we think about accessibility or web accessibility, we imagine mostly people with some kind of physical disability, but the disabled audience is actually composed of much more. It includes people with cognitive impairments such as dyslexia, memory loss, or epilepsy, and also people with temporary disabilities. For example, you've broken your arm and you have to wear a cast for 1 month. That's temporary disabilities that limits your motor function. Or maybe you've been to an eye exam and your pupils are dilated. That's also a temporary disability. We need to keep this in mind if we truly want to achieve good accessibility on our websites and products. All right, let's look at some numbers just to grasp the scale of the disabled audience and how large of people we will improve their lives if we focus on accessibility on all of our sites and products. So in Europe alone, there are over 100 million people that live with some kind of disability that impacts their lifestyle. In US, that's 61 million in the adult population alone, or 1 in every 4 US adults. In the Asian Pacific region, it's 690 million people. And in the UK, that's 13.9 million people that live with some kind of disability. If you add the numbers together, you get that around 20% of the world population actually lives with some kind of identifiable disability. But again, this statistic is not that accurate because it grossly does not represent a few groups. It does not represent people with temporary disabilities. It also does not represent people that did not want to share such information. But also it doesn't represent one other major group, and that's the aging population. Let's face it, when we get older, we develop some kind of age-related impairment, like, for example, our motor skills degrade or our vision as well. So today we have 962 million people which are elders, and this number is growing. And by 2050, it's estimated that 2.1 billion people will be the elderly population. Have these numbers in mind when we go over the business cases and the reason why we should test for web accessibility. So the first reason, and probably the most important, I hope for all of us, is the proper thing to do, morally. As professionals and as people, it's our responsibility to ensure that what we make and create is usable by everyone. And take the COVID pandemic, for example, we all had to go through several lockdowns and rely heavily on online shopping to get our most basic necessities. Due to the majority of sites not being accessible, people with disabilities had difficulties even getting their most basic necessities due to this. So we should really do better. Another reason is legal. You can actually get sued. In the US, it's illegal for all public and private business that sell something to have a site which is not accessible. The ADA, or the American with Disability Acts, enforces that rule, that law. And in Europe, there's already a law for the public businesses, like government business and government sites. But in 2025, the European Accessibility Act will be mandatory for all European states, and it will impact private businesses as well. Below, you'll see an image with some of the more major brands that got sued successfully in the past 2 years over accessibility issues. So it can really hit all of us. Another reason, and a reason which you can use the most to convince your stakeholders or product managers, is the business case. Like I mentioned, 20% of the world population lives with some kind of disability. From recent statistics, 79% of people with disabilities simply leave our sites when they encounter an accessibility issue. And out of those 67%, the estimated spending power of them in the UK and US alone is over $520 billion. So imagine the revenue loss that we're all facing in our businesses due to it not being accessible. And finally, some more technical reasons why we should do it. First, better SEO. Search engines reward sites higher that have better accessibility. Another reason is reducing the cost. Not only that we won't get sued, but also the SEO benefit means that we'll get more organic traffic because people will find our websites more naturally, and we don't have to pay that much for advertisement. Also, it will reduce the load of our call centers or the amount of bugs that we get raised by customers on production and that we have to fix later on and spend money fixing. Another reason is it encourages good coding practices because in order for a website to be accessible, it's very important to have a semantic structure of the HTML, to use all of the attributes correctly and all of the HTML tags, and also not to overload our application with custom attributes that JavaScript libraries typically add automatically and we don't really need. And finally, another very important reason, it just improves usability for everyone, and not just for people with disabilities, but for absolutely everyone. How many of you can appreciate a site which is very well structured, easily to navigate, and it's descriptive if possible? Or even if the sun on a hot day is glaring at your screen, you can still see the site because it has a proper color contrast ratio, and it makes it easier to see. That's why accessibility benefits all of us. So it's a pretty good reason to start testing and develop for it. Now, how do we actually test for web accessibility? Well, there is a guideline defined for it. It's called the Web Content Accessibility Guideline. It comes in 2 active versions right now, 2.0 and 2.1, where 2.1 handles more advanced technologies that we currently use, and it's an addition to 2.0, not a replacement. And the law usually refers to these guidelines when it decides if a site was accessible enough, especially when reviewing lawsuits. These guidelines actually implement levels which show how compliant you are for accessibility, and these levels are denoted by the letter A. Single A is the most basic level. Honestly, most sites reach this level without even trying. So yeah, it's very minimal. Double A is the one that the law enforces. All sites need to be double A compliant if you want to avoid lawsuits. And it deals with the biggest and most common barriers for the disabled audience. And triple A is the highest level of compliance. It's pretty hard to achieve, and depending on your business, it might even be impossible. It's not required by law, but for some government sites, it's actually required to have a AAA level of compliance. Here I've shared 2 links. The first link is the detailed documentation of the Web Content Accessibility Guide. It's pretty big to read, but it really explains everything in the smallest detail. But the second link is the one which I prefer to use more. it's a quick reference guide, which you can filter based on your needs, on your level requirements, on the technologies that you use. And it will just produce the list, which you can treat as acceptance criteria and test against. So yeah, these are our acceptance criteria and what we have to test against now. Let's see how do we actually do tests. So first, let's start with a few must-have manual tests if you want to achieve the level of compliance which is enforced by law, AA. So these are tests that we absolutely must do. First, it's keyboard-only navigation. Most users with some kind of visual impairment or even physical impairment might use only the keyboard or a tool which simulates only the keyboard to navigate our site. So keyboard-only navigation testing means that our site needs to be fully navigatable and usable using only the keyboard. We use tab to move forward, shift and tab to move backwards, enter to activate buttons and links, space to toggle checkboxes, and so on, and the arrows to move the cursor or increase quantities in text in input fields. Yeah, this is the most common use case scenario, so it's something that's absolutely critical to cover. And the next one is using assistive technologies, technologies such as screen readers. And what I recommend here is to combine the two tests together. So navigate only with the keyboard while using a screen reader. What does the screen reader do? It reads the HTML. It tells the user where he is currently located, what is represented on the element which he has focused, and that way the user can know what he actually is interacting with and how he should interact. For example, if it's a link, a button, and so on. A few screen readers which you can start using, and the most popular and most used right now by people with such disabilities are JAWS and NVDA. So JAWS is paid, but it's a one-time pay, and it's forever yours. And it's currently the most used screen reader. NVDA is free, and both of these screen readers are desktop applications. So it's what you can use on desktop right now. Apple have their own screen reader. It's called VoiceOver, and it's used for their products like MacBooks, Macs, and iOS devices like iPhones. And Android also has their own implemented, which is called TalkBack. Of course, there are other screen readers which you might use. These are just the most popular. So if you want to be as close as possible, you can use this today. Another type of test is testing for semantic HTML. What does this mean? It means that we need to test our HTML that it's properly being used. Like we use the correct HTML components in the correct places for the correct purposes. Like you won't use a footer for a navigation, right? Or you won't use a nav for a header element. Tests like this, but also tests that the tags are properly populated with the needed attribute. For example, images need to have alt texts, so the screen readers can read to the user what he actually should be visualizing, and links should have titles and so on. Luckily, you don't have to really focus manually on this because we have tools that can do this testing pretty well automatically, and I'll cover them in the next type of testing, which is color contrast and high contrast testing. So these tests, usually what we need to do here is just verify that the content which we are displaying and the text can be read by anyone, and there are strict rules here according to AA level of compliance. 4.1 to 1 contrast ratio for normal text, and 3 to 1 for large text. And here is an example. I've given you two bad examples actually. The white text over red color is, as you can see, it's barely visible even for people with good eyesight. And the actual contrast ratio here is 1.8 to 1. And even the white text on the green button is also does not pass our test because, yeah, if you have good eyesight, you can see it. But if you have a degraded vision like me and you remove your glasses, you really need to focus to see what's written there. So these are examples of which will fail our tests. And yeah, these also can be, we have tools for these that can help us test. And these are some of the tools which were mentioned in the previous talks as well. And I really adore these tools. They really help a lot. One of them is White House, which is integrated in the Chromium browser. Axe Developers tool, which you can download, and it also is an add-on for the dev tools. And Wave, which is an extension for the browser. Out of these three, the ones I use the most and recommend is Wave, because it analyzes our page and shows us exactly where the issue is, what kind of issue it is. And when you click on it, it will show you the snippet of the code, what you have to fix, and the criteria that you have failed and you have to adjust. Apart from that, it also shows you alerts, so things that might become potential accessibility issues and you need to dive a bit deeper. It also shows you what you did good and actually improves your accessibility, which is always a good thing to not only see the negative. And the final type of tests that's absolutely mandatory is magnification test. What does this imply? Well, we need to make sure that our site or our mobile application, when we zoom in on it, and the zoom percentage is actually 200, the most used, our application will behave as expected. This is especially true for sites that are responsive, because usually the site changes based on your viewport, and we need to ensure that first we can zoom, because that can be disabled by HTML meta tags, and then that nothing breaks and it's usable, and you can interact with anything normally. All right, now let's go over some automated implementations, which can really help us along the way. Oh, and by the way, if you wonder why I have these black squares and the text, well, it's actually due to the contrast testing and contrast issues. This was the best way to achieve a maximum visibility of the text on the presentation and to match that contrast ratio of 4.5:1. So that's why I have it, if you were wondering. Right, into the automated tests. So we can add accessibility checks as part of our unit tests so that we can catch issues early on. How can you do this? Well, there's a lot of ways. One, you can build your own framework that tests for accessibility. It's not recommended usually, but yeah, you can do that if you have the time. Or you can use one of the many existing libraries. And the one which we use and I recommend, and it's sort of something like an industry standard, it's called AxeCore. It's a really powerful tool, which is integrated with most of the testing frameworks, even for unit testing frameworks as well. And it has flavors in various languages, so it's really easy to use and really powerful and helps quite a lot. How would our unit tests look? Well, first we import the library. Here I use Axe with Jest. Import Axe, import the rules, which in this case I import it to say that I expect it to have absolutely no violations, but this is customizable completely. And then we write our unit tests. All we need to do is pass our HTML to Axe. Here you can hard code it like I did, or you can use either the Shadow DOM, React DOM, or whatever rendering technology you have available. And Axe will analyze that HTML, and as unit tests do, it will print out the output in the console. And that's how we can add accessibility as far back as in unit testing. Another thing we can add is actually test our applications once it's deployed during our CI and CD build pipeline. And here we can use a tool developed by Pali. It's actually called Pali CI. And how does this tool work? Well, we can add it to our pipeline. Let's say we deploy our application to a pre-test environment or even the test environments. With Pali CI, we can add URLs, which it will open, and it will validate against the rules which we have told it to validate. It's customizable. You can select viewports. You can even add different actions, although you can't do all of the actions, all of the complex user actions. And in the end, you get an output which you can fail your builds or do reporting or whatever. It looks like this. You have the URLs, those that pass, those that fail, and the errors that it produces. It saves them either as JSON or as an HTML, so whatever you prefer. And another awesome tool, again by Pali, is called Pali Dashboards, which we can trigger with our pipelines as well. Basically, it does the same. You pass it a URL, it will analyze it and show you the errors and the warnings. But one really neat thing here is that it also shows historical data. It can store up to 30 days, and you can customize this if you want. And we can actually see how we've done build by build or release by release, which is also a really powerful feature. And the final part of automation that we can add is actually automation to our end-to-end tests, add accessibility checks there. Here again, I will show Axe Core. It's written for almost all of the languages. It works really well with Selenium, whatever the language is, and yeah, it's pretty easy to use. Here I'll show you a typical Java-based Selenium framework that uses also Cucumber and Maven as a dependency too. So how do you get started? Well, first you add the dependency for Axe, and then the second very important step is to add JavaScript, which you can download from the Axe GitHub. This JavaScript will actually do all the magic for us. You need to add it somewhere in the project. Here I've created a file for it. After that, you need to import Axe into your class, like I did here, and specify the location of the URL so that it can use the location of JavaScript so that you can use it in the tests. You can either create a separate class or in an existing class. Here it's a new class, and because we also use Cucumber, here we've written tests and not steps and not methods. And what we did here is just create steps. And how can you create your steps or methods? Basically, you just call Axe builder. You pass it the WebDriver, you pass it the script location, and then call the analyze method. The analyze method, if you don't pass anything to it, it will analyze the whole page. But you can also pass elements to it by locators, by tags, however you want. It's really, really powerful and easy to use. You can customize the rules as well. Once you call the analyze method, it will analyze and produce a JSON array, which will have two objects. One is the violation and the other is the past. And with that object, you can build your actual assertions. And you can either assert like we did for any valuations, or you can assert for something more specific and build your test according to that. And Axe also provides a nifty way to save the output as a report, like we do here. We write everything to our report here. And how will this look in our end-to-end tests? Well, just another step in our Cucumber steps. Very simple. That way we can handle even the most complex user interaction. And we don't even have to write new tests. We can just use our existing ones to add the accessibility checks, which is really neat. And the report that I told you, it can be JSON and HTML, and this is how an HTML report will look. All of the evaluations in groups and all of the elements that have violated that check. And as an ending, because my time has almost expired, I just want to say that automation will cover at most 30% of the issues. So manual testing is absolutely mandatory. And also, no matter how good we become, we still use our senses, and we're bound to miss issues with the screen readers. Also, they will. It's not easy to use them as well, so it will be not that good for us as well. So please consider offloading that work to people that actually go through these technologies daily and use them daily. And you can hire such people, and they can help you test this instead of you. So thank you very much. Here are some links where you can reach out to me and ask questions if you don't have any now. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Christian. Accessibility is a very tricky topic due to some sensitive and using specific tools which requires different expertise. Thank you for your time and the great content you shared with us, and hope to see you in person next year. Now it's time to our star speaker in the agenda this year, Uncle Bob. Just after 5 minutes, our colleague Konstantin Dinev will open the key session for this edition of Ista 2021. Stay with us and be prepared to ask questions.
Awesome.
We're a pretty resilient species, and that's true now more than ever. We're finding new ways to do our jobs. We're calling on old skills. We're turning closets into offices and kitchen tables into 4-star restaurants. And we deserve digital experiences that are as resilient as we are. This starts with apps that can scale to keep pace with shifting demand, or update at a moment's notice to support entirely new business models. These adaptable apps rely on agile technology and mindsets to make the development process seamless. In a time when the app experience has become the human experience, being future-ready means keeping people at the heart of innovation and flexing to meet their needs. Because technology really can change the world, but the best technology changes with it.
We are Musalasoft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 4 physical locations: Sofia, Skopje, Rusa, and Burgas, where we get together again more and more often. 6 values which unite us from anywhere around the globe. 650 plus impeccable professionals, redefining the laws of teamwork. Over 1,000 projects for more than 200 clients from all over the world. And countless meetings for a beer or 2. In the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musalasoft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns and shares knowledge. From collecting chocolates, gadgets, dragons, fishing hooks, pots and pans, fitness weights, and even pictures from Turbo Bubblegum, to having kids, serving cats, raising dogs, fish, birds, and going on adventures. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musalasoft.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Ista Conference 2021. My name is Konstantin Dinev, and I'm allowing my colleagues a well-deserved rest from moderator duty. The sessions so far have been exceptional on both streams, but Ista 2021 is not over yet. We're back for one last session, which is being broadcasted on both streams. The last session we have for you is our closing keynote, and the speaker delivering it needs no introduction. I'm certain that all of you are familiar with agile software development and use solid principles in your day-to-day work. Our speaker not only came up with these, but also made them a de facto standard when talking about software development processes and practices. Don't forget to post your questions to the speaker in the YouTube stream chat. And without further delay, I'm really excited to introduce to you Robert C. Martin, aka Uncle Bob. Welcome, Uncle Bob. Glad to have you with us.
It's good to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Should be a fun session. All right, everybody. This is a talk that I have given many times in many places over the last several years. It's called Expecting Professionalism. And it begins with a venture into a fantasy land where I have become your new chief technical officer. This is probably not something you actually want because personally, I would not make a very good administrator. I'm a programmer, I like to code. But if I were your new CTO, then I would have certain expectations, certain things that I would expect that all of you would adhere to. And primarily, those things have to do with professionalism. I should say a word on this. First of all, are we professionals? Do we have a profession? What is a profession? What does it mean to have a profession? To have a profession means that there is something that you profess. There are rules, there are standards, there are ethics, there are disciplines that you profess. Do we have anything like that? Do we have standards that we all adhere to? Do we have a code of ethics that we all follow? Are there disciplines that we all use on a regular basis? Those are the trappings of a profession. Those are what help us to become professionals. Over the next hour, I'm going to be talking about some of those standards, ethics, and disciplines, and I'm going to phrase them in the language of expectations. What do I expect? What do customers expect? And what should you expect of yourself? Now, as I talk about these expectations, you will likely hear them with two ears. One of the ears will be the ear of the programmer. The other ear will be the ear of the customer and the user. The customer and the user's ear will hear something that makes perfect sense. These expectations are kind of obvious from the customer and the user's point of view. The programmer, on the other hand, will hear something that makes no sense at all. It will sound insane. That is how far our industry has departed from what customers and users expect. And so to begin, I expect a number of things. And here's the first thing I expect. I expect that we will not ship shit. Now, some of you out there probably have engaged in shipping shit. I certainly have in my past careers. I have been known from time to time to ship things that were rather smelly. This, unfortunately, has become relatively common. It is one of those bizarre situations where programmers now think that they must ship things with bugs. Now, consider, for example, how common common it has become to ship the beta. A beta is something that you're supposed to give to a very small select group of trusted users. But we abandoned that, a decade or more ago. Now we just ship the beta. Hey guys, it's a beta. Try it. Everybody try it. If it crashes, well, remember, it's just a beta. We live in beta world now. Everything we ship is a beta. Oh, don't worry if it crashes. It's a beta. I use a piece of software when I'm flying my airplane, right? I've got a nice piece of software. It's written by some really spectacularly good software developers. This software is called ForeFlight, and I use it in the cockpit, and it's a lifesaver, quite literally, a lifesaver. It is very valuable software. Can you imagine if they said to me, oh yeah, we're shipping you the beta? Those guys. So far, I have not seen any indication that they ship shit. They ship good stuff. We should expect that of ourselves as well. Certainly our customers expect that. Our customers and our managers and our users, when they receive our software, they expect that software is good software, right? It's a perfectly reasonable expectation. They do not expect that it will have bugs. They do not expect that it will have defects. Why should we? Let me ask you this question. Are you using a bug tracking system? Something like Jira. Are you using Jira to track your bugs? Or there's a bunch of other ones out there. I'm not trying to pick on Jira. Just there's a zillion little bug trackers out there, Bugzilla's another one, tons of them. Ask yourself this question. Why do you need an automated database-driven system to keep track of your defects? Do you really have that many? Do you really have so many defects that you need to put them into a database, a megabyte database, and collate them and sort them using a computer? Why is it that the defects you have could not fit on, an index card? What? Couldn't you fit them all on an index card? Wouldn't that be, something that would be, expected by your users and your customers? Wouldn't they think, they should have, a couple of defects as long as it's not too many. So that's the first expectation, right? We will not ship shit. Now, already I've lost half the group right there because, the attitude is, well, we have to ship shit. How else could we meet our deadlines? Well, there's a problem there, isn't there? We're going to discuss that problem. But before we do, there's another expectation. I expect that we will always be ready. Now, what I mean by this is that we're all following the agile processes here. Maybe you're using Scrum, or maybe you're using extreme programming, or maybe you're using FDD or whatever, some agile process that you are using. Agile processes break the project up into time boxes, little time boxes. In Scrum, they're called sprints. In extreme programming, they're called iterations. Everybody has a different name for them, but they're all the same idea, right? They're a time box, and the normal duration for the time box is 2 weeks. I don't know what you're using. I hope it's about 2 weeks. Personally, I prefer 1 week. I think 1 week is better than 2 weeks. A lot can go wrong in 2 weeks. I kind of like to shorten that so that not so much goes wrong. I know in the early days, and now I'm talking 20 years ago, Scrum thought that the size of the sprint ought to be about 30 days. Then later on, they kind of shortened it down to 2 weeks. 2 weeks is very common now. What should be ready at the end of the sprint? What is the state of the software at the end of each sprint? And the answer to that is that the software is deployable. From a technical point of view, it is deployable. It may not be deployable from a business point of view, but from a technical point of view, it is deployable. Now, what that means is that if the business came to you and said, we're going to ship that software tomorrow, you would say, okay, it works. It all QA is already signed off on it. All the features that we've implemented work just fine. All our tests pass. We've written all the documentation. So yeah, you want to ship it, go right ahead and ship it. That's the response from the development organization. The business may not want to deploy it because, well, it doesn't have enough features yet. For example, maybe log out is working, but log in is not working yet. The business probably doesn't want to deploy that just yet. But if they did, for some bizarre reason, we would say, fine, it works. Log out works great. If you've got some way that you can make money with a system that you can log out of, but you can't log into, go for it, because log out works. That's the level of always being ready that I'm talking about. We developers do not put up roadblocks and say, no, you can't ship it. You can't ship it because it's full of defects. We've got to burn it in for months. Has anybody done this burn in thing? You know, you have you take a month and you get the system set up, and then you just watch it for like weeks. And you wonder, I wonder if it's going to crash. And nobody's really using it. Maybe you've got some special users that are banging on it, or maybe you wrote some software that's pumping transactions into it or something, and you just kind of watch it and go, my God, is it going to work? Is it going to work? A burn-in sprint, yeah. A stabilization sprint, yeah. Well, and then if it goes long enough and it doesn't crash, well, then you think, well, I guess it must be okay. I don't want any of those. I don't want those. No, at the end of every sprint, you should know. You should know that it works, and you should be confident that you can deploy it if the business says they want to deploy it. Deployment should be a business decision, not a technical decision. From a technical point of view, we are always ready to deploy. I expect stable productivity. Stable productivity. Now, what an interesting term, right? Imagine that you're on a team, and this team is working on a greenfield project, right? It's a brand new project. There's no code. There's no code yet, right? It's brand new. You've got a list of requirements, and people are coming to you and saying, "Can you do this feature? Can you get this feature written?" And you think, "My God, there's no code here." Yes, I can get this feature done. And you start to code, and code pours out of every orifice of your body, and eventually you've got something working. Just in a matter of a week or two, you've got this feature working, and everybody stands around and they're going, "Oh my God, they got the feature done in just a week or two. Why, I wonder if they can do that again." And they hand you another feature and you go, "Yes, we can get that done." Now you come back to that team about a year later. Ask them to do a feature. Ooh, I don't know, man. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, I think it's probably going to take us 3 or 4 months. But you used to do these kinds of things in a week. Yeah, but you don't know how complicated this system has become, how tangled, how interwoven. If we touch even one line of code, all hell could break loose. No, it's going to take us many months. I'm sure that some of you have had that experience. This is not stable productivity. Stable productivity is when the productivity you have today is roughly the same as the productivity you had a year ago, right? The software does not degrade. The software you are working on does not get worse and worse and worse with time. Instead, the software you are working on allows you to remain productive at a constant rate. I expect stable productivity. How are you going to get that stable productivity? I mean, Customers expect that, right? They expect releases to come on a pretty regular basis, right? And they expect that the difference between the releases will be roughly the same. They got 7 new features in last time. They got 7 new features in this time. That's great. That's stable productivity. And that, by the way, that should not require that the staff increase by an order of magnitude every year, right? We should not have to add lots and lots and lots more programmers in order to get the same number of features in every year. That is what I expect. That's what managers would expect. That's what customers and users would expect. Stable productivity. I expect inexpensive adaptability. Inexpensive adaptability. Now, this is certainly what your users expect. You see, software is a compound word. It's made up of 2 words. The first word is soft, which means flexible. The second word is ware, which means product. Software, flexible product. We intend that software systems are flexible. The reason software exists in the first place is that we wanted to have flexible machines. We wanted to be able to easily change the behavior of our machines. And therefore, if you write software that becomes hard to change, you have thwarted the very reason that software exists. If your architecture is so convoluted that no one can add new features anymore, well, then your architecture is pretty bad, isn't it? And it has thwarted the reason that software exists. Customers expect to be able to change. Now, they understand that the cost of a change is proportional to the scope of the change. If it's a big change, it should cost a lot. If it's a small change, it shouldn't cost very much. What really drives customers crazy is when they ask for what they consider to be a small change, and you come back and say, that ruins everything. Our architecture is going to be torn to shreds. It's going to take us man years of effort to do this little tiny thing. Yes, the customers don't like that. Customers expect inexpensive adaptability. They should be able to adapt the software. They should be able to ask for changes and pay commensurate with the scope. They should be able to pay a cost that is proportional to the scope. I expect continuous improvement. Continuous improvement, which means that everything should continuously improve. Everything should get better with time. What should get better with time? Well, the code. The code should get better with time. The design should get better with time. The architecture should get better with time. The feature set should get better with time. Everything should get better with time. The code should not degrade. The code should get better and better and better with time. You see, we are human beings, and human beings make things better with time. Theoretically speaking, of course, human beings make things better with time. That's what it means to be human. Software is not an exception to that. Our code should be getting better and better with time, not worse and worse. It should not be degrading. The system should not get more and more tangled and messy with time. It should get cleaner and cleaner with time. We should be constantly improving it. I have a rule. And the rule is I call it the Boy Scout rule. And the Boy Scout rule is that when you check the code in, you always check it in cleaner than you checked it out. Every single time, every single programmer, check the code in cleaner than you checked it out. You know, it doesn't have to be a lot clean. It's just a little bit cleaner. As you're about to check the code in, do some random act of kindness to it just to make it a little bit better, and then check it in. Never check it in worse. Always check it in better. Just a little bit better. Imagine if everybody just did that. The code base would get better and better and better with time. Productivity would increase. Adaptability would become less and less expensive. If you simply cleaned the code a little bit every time you checked it in. Never, ever check it in worse. I expect fearless competence. Fearless competence. What does that mean? How many of you have brought code up on your screen and the code was horrible? And the blood drained from your face as you stared at this code and thought, oh my God, this is terrible. And a little whisper in your ear said, well, you should clean it. And then the devil came and said, no, you must not clean it. Don't touch it, because if you touch it, you will break it. And if you break it, it becomes yours forever. And so you back away. You say, no, not me. I'm not going to be the one. I'm not going to be the one who tries to clean this code. No, because I don't want to own it. You've probably done this. I've done this. Everybody's done this. If you've been a programmer, you know exactly what I mean. This is a fear reaction. You have reacted in fear of the code that you created. The code that you and your companions created, you now fear it. You react to it with fear. I want you to think about that. I want you to think carefully about that, how wildly unprofessional that is, how deeply irresponsible it is to now fear the very thing you created, to have let it out of your control to the extent that you now fear it and have no control over it. You react to it. It does not react to you anymore. It now masters you. You used to be the master of all code, didn't you? You remember the day when you wrote your name in an infinite loop and you saw your name go up the screen and you thought, oh my God, the power. You felt like the master of the world. But now the code masters you. You are the slave. It is the master. This is not an acceptable outcome. Somehow, we're going to have to reclaim our competence, our fearless competence, because fearing the code is fearful incompetence. We want to become fearlessly competent. How could we do that? What could we do to make ourselves fearlessly competent? How can we conquer the fear? Imagine that you had a little button, just a little button. Maybe it's on your keyboard. And when you push that button, some lights would blink and some computer sounds would come out. And then a little green light would light up. And that little green light would tell you that the entire system works. Everything works. It's great. And you push that button and the green light lights up. Oh, it works. And the green light doesn't take very long to show up. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe 15, maybe 20 seconds. Ooh, push the button 20 seconds later. Green light. Everything works. Now, bring that code up on your screen. The horrible code. The code that makes the blood drain from your face. Bring that code up on your screen. You've got the button. The little thought in your ear says, well, you should clean it a little bit. And the devil can't speak because your next thought is, well, I could just change the name of that function. That function could have a better name. Push the button. Still green. Okay, I didn't break anything. I think I'm going to split that function in half. It's a little long. Split it into two functions. Give them both nice names. Hit the button. Still green. Good. This function could really be in that class over there. I think I'm going to move it over there. Hit the button. Red. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Push the button. Green. I see what I did. I did it wrong. It belongs in this class over here. Push the button. Green. If you had that button, you would not fear the code. If you had that button, you would clean the code. If you cleaned the code, then you would be fearlessly competent. You would engage in inexpensive adaptability. You would continuously improve the product. Your productivity would be stable if you had that button. How do you get that button? Well, there is a discipline out there. Maybe you've heard of it. It's called test-driven development. And in test-driven development, just a little discipline, just a little thing that you do every minute. Every second while you're programming and you're using test-driven development, you write a suite of tests in a very particular way, which I am not going to outline for you. You can look this up on your own if you'd like to. But you write yourself a suite of tests, and everybody else on the team continues to add to this suite of tests. And when you run that suite of tests, it tells you that there's nothing broken. And the discipline is such that the suite of tests you create is so complete that when that suite of tests passes, you know the system works. In fact, you know that you can deploy it. The suite of tests is the indication that you can deploy. Now, there are several things about this suite of tests that must be true. First, they must be very complete. That's one of the things that the discipline helps us with. It helps us to make the test suite complete. The next thing is that it must be fast. It must run quickly, a matter of a minute or 2 or 3 or 4, but not 20, not even 10. 10 minutes is too long. 5 minutes is stretching it. The test should run pretty fast. And you think to yourself, well, it's impossible. We've got a really complicated system here. There's no way to test it in 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, there is. Consider it to be a design challenge. Put your design hat out and think, well, we got to finish the test in 3 minutes. How are we going to do that? You'll figure out a way, believe me. And I can prove that to you pretty quickly. How many instructions does your computer execute per second? Most computers nowadays, have 4 cores and they're executing at 2.6 gigahertz or something like that. So that would be on the order of 10 billion instructions per second. Does your program even have 10 billion instructions in it? I mean, even if it's 1 million lines of code long, I don't think you've got 10 billion instructions, which of course means that if you're going to test all 10 billion of those instructions, you should be able to execute those tests in less than a second. Unless, of course, you are executing some parts of the code more than once. Are you testing some parts of the code more than once? For example, let's say you write a test to test a business feature, and then you write another test to test a different business feature, and then you write a third test to test yet another business feature, and all 3 of those tests have to log into the system and have to navigate through the navigation hierarchy to get to the place where they can test that business rule. How many times do you have to test login to know that it works? Once, twice, just a couple of tests you need to run. You do not have to log in every single time. How many times do you have to test a database query to know that that database query works? 1 or 2 times, depending on the circumstances. How many times are you executing those database queries in your tests? Typically speaking, you can use reasonable design principles to reduce the number of times you execute the same code over and over and over again. So once again, consider that a design challenge and solve the problem of how long the tests take to run. Never accept the idea that the tests must require hours. No, they don't. You can speed them up. I expect extreme quality. I don't expect bugs. I don't expect defects. You shouldn't either. You shouldn't expect defects. Nothing should be going wrong. When the users get the code should work. What a concept. What a concept. When the users get the code should work. Well, what do you think of that? Now, how do you do that? Oh, you know what you do? You test it. You test the code. You, the programmer, you test the code. You make sure it works. And you write it cleanly, and you write it in a way that you can understand, and you get other people's eyes on it so that they can look at it and they can see that it works. You make sure it works. Do you have QA? Of course you have QA. Get QA involved. QA should be helping you to make sure that this software works properly. Now, I got things to say about QA. I'm going to talk about QA in just a minute, but I want to drive this point home first. Bugs are not acceptable. Bugs are not expected. The bug list should be short. It should fit on a card, right? It should not be in some database that you have to sort and collate. Think about that, right? You go to your users and say, our bug list has 10,000 bugs on it. It's really difficult to find anything in there. We've got to sort it and collate it all the time. If you want to put some more bugs in there, go right ahead. We'll never look at them because there's no way we're going to look at all those bugs ever. Yeah, that's not a great message to send to the users and customers, is it? So, more on QA. I expect that we will not dump on QA. Whose idea was it to put QA at the end of the project anyway? Who thought of that? Who's the person who said, what we need is a QA group, and we're going to put that QA group right at the end of the project, and we're going to give them all the crap, and then they're going to test it. Who thought of that? Why do we have QA in the first place? What motivated businesses to create a separate group of people to make sure that the code did what it's supposed to do? Why did they do that? And the answer to that should be obvious to you. They created a QA group because programmers were not doing what they were supposed to do. Programmers were letting everybody down. Programmers were shipping bad code. And so the QA groups were created, and the job of the QA groups is to test everything that the programmers did. Well, that's just nonsense, right? We don't want human beings testing everything that the programmers do. Programmers are smarter than that. That's not what we want QA to do. We do not want to dump on QA. We want QA. We do not want to dump on QA. We do not want to say, I think it probably works well enough to give to QA. No, you say it works. And you know what QA is going to find? QA will find nothing. That is your goal. QA should find nothing. I expect that QA will find nothing. In fact, I want QA to wonder why they're there. I want the quality assurance people to say, I don't even know why we're here. And by the way, I want to move them. I want to take them out of where they are. I don't want them at the end of the project. I want to use them where their talents would really be useful. I want to take the QA people and move them to the beginning of the project. I want the QA people specifying the system. I don't want them verifying the system. I want them specifying the system in detail. And I want those specifications automated. The QA folks and the business analysts should be writing a suite of automated acceptance tests. These tests, written in some very high-level specification language, not code, something like an Excel spreadsheet, something like that, a nice specification language. The QA people, the business analysts should be writing those tests, and the programmers should be automating those tests so that when the business wants to know if the software works as specified, the business just hits a button and the tests run and the little green light says, yep, it works as specified. I want two streams of tests. I want the tests that the QA and the business people write. I want the tests that the programmers write. And I want them both running every time anybody does anything. I want you to hit that button, and a few minutes later, the little green light lights up. And the little green light means that the system does everything the programmers expect it to do, and the system does everything the users and customers expect it to do. You see the slide here? The slide here, I took this picture in 2008. And the hands that you see are the hands of the QA manager. The document that he is holding out for me is the table of contents for his manual test plan. It is not his manual test plan. It is just the table of contents. He has 80,000 manual tests that he must run, and he must run them every 6 months. He sends that list over to an army of people in India, and it costs him $1 million every 6 months. He's holding this document out to me because the year is 2008, as I said, and the financial crisis has begun. And his boss has just gotten back from the CFO's office, and the CFO said everybody's budget is getting cut by 50%. And this QA manager just heard that his budget is getting cut by 50%. So he's holding this document out to me, and he's asking me this lovely question. Which half of these tests should I not run? And I told him, well, you can cut the document horizontally or vertically or depth-wise. It doesn't matter. You're not going to know if half your system works. That is the ultimate result of manual testing. Manual testing is insane. Manual testing, using human beings to test an automated system is insane. It's immoral. It's absurd. And every time you do it, every time you run manual tests, every time you make a manual testing the chief way to find out if the system works, you are going to lose those tests. And you will lose them in one of two ways. You will lose them either because somebody decides it's too expensive and they cut your budget, as happened to this poor guy, or there's a much more insidious way that you will lose the tests. The programmers deliver to QA, but they do not deliver on time. QA had budgeted a certain amount of time to run their manual tests. That time is now shortened. Does the release date move? Of course not. Release dates don't move. Therefore, the QA people are squeezed. They're the ones that have to absorb all of the late time. And they realize that they don't have time to run all the tests. So what do? Well, they do an impact analysis. They think, okay, what changed in this system? Okay, we'll only run those tests. This is a bad idea, right? Because what you know perfectly well, when you make changes to the code, it can break things that are all over the place. And if the QA people decide, well, we're only going to test the things that probably changed, they're going to get that wrong, and they're not going to execute critical tests. You will lose the tests if you test manually. The only way to make sure that you properly test the system is to automate as many of those tests as you can. And, we're programmers. That's what we do. We automate things, for God's sake. People will look at it and say, well, it's really, really expensive to automate all those tests. No, it's not expensive. It's expensive to have human beings run them. It's not comparatively speaking, it's not expensive to have programmers automate them. I mean, that is what we do, right? We automate things. I expect that the system will not be fragile. I expect that the system will be robust. I do not expect it to break a lot. I don't expect any particular parts of the system to be more fragile than other parts of the system. I expect that we will cover for each other. I expect that if one programmer goes down for some reason, goes on vacation or gets sick or quits and leaves, whatever reason, that other programmers will immediately be able to cover for it. I expect that you work together so closely that if someone leaves, all the other people around already know what that person is doing and can step in for them. There are disciplines that help with this. One of them is called pair programming. You may use that if you wish, or use some other technique, but make sure that if you go down, someone else can cover for you. I expect honest estimates. The most honest estimate you can give, of course, is I don't know. But that's not a useful estimate. So you're going to have to make it more useful by defining what you don't know. And the way you do that is by giving, one technique is to give 3 numbers, right? You say, someone says, well, how long is it going to take you to do this? And you say, well, if everything goes right, it'll take me about 5 days. Probably, though, it's going to be more like 10 days. And if everything goes wrong, it's going to be more like 30. Now, that's a perfectly fair way to characterize the estimate. Managers don't like that, of course, because they've got this range now. But the range is actually good because the range is the definition of what you don't know. The range describes your uncertainty, and that uncertainty is fair. So don't give them a number. Give them a range, and then continuously adjust that range as you know more and more and more. And say no if the answer is no. Someone says to you, I need this by Friday. If there's no way you're going to get it done by Friday, then you say, no, can't get it done by Friday. Sorry, no way, can't do it. And they say, well, you don't understand. It's got to be done by Friday. And you say, well, you don't understand. It's not going to be Friday. Sorry, no. You see, you were hired for your ability to say no, because you are the one who knows. They're not. So you have to say no. You will save your company immense amounts of money if you say no at the right time. And be careful. There's a sneaky little way that people like you to get you to say yes. and it goes like this. Well, will you at least try? And your answer to that should be no, because you're already trying. How dare they suggest that you're not trying? Of course you're trying. Now, you probably don't want to yell. You probably don't want to stare at them and hurl insults at them. But imagine that, right? They're asking you at the end, well, will you at least try? Well, what do you think I've been doing? We've all been trying here. I mean, come on. The answer is no, because the answer is no. And with that, I think I will end this talk. Thank you for your attention. There's a few minutes left for questions and answers. So if you have questions, I'd be glad to hear them. And I might even be able to answer one or two.
Well, thank you very much, Uncle Bob. As always, your session is not only very informative, but it's a lot of fun. So we already have some questions that have come through chat. So the first one is from Radko. How do we execute longer tasks as sometimes a feature cannot be finished in 2 weeks, for example? How do you handle such cases to be release ready?
So this is a common question, and the answer always is you break that feature up into smaller features, which is always possible. It's always possible to do this because the job of a programmer is to break a feature down into individual lines of code. That's what we do. We break things down into smaller and smaller and smaller chunks until we're right down to an individual line of code. So what you have to do, if you've got a feature and you know this feature is going to take you more than 2 weeks, well, then you split it up into 2 or 3 or 5 features. And you promised, and you put those features into your iterations or your sprints. The business isn't going to like this. The business wants to think of the feature as a whole set. No, it's only one feature. Everything in this feature is just part of the main whole. But yeah, you can't do that. You can't let them do that. You're going to have to say, no, we really need to break this down into things that will fit in a 2-week time frame. And yes, what that means is that some of these features are going to be minimized until many other weeks have gone by. So, simple example, login. Everybody's got to have a login. Well, how do you define login? Well, I mean, the guy's going to enter their username and password. And if they enter their password wrong, we'll let them try 3 times. And if they fail on the 3rd try, we're going to disable their account for a day. And there will be a button at the bottom that says, remind me of my password, and we'll email something to them. And that will put them on a website where they can enter a special code that we send to them by text message. And that, okay, you get the idea, right? There's this really complicated feature that's called login. Well, I mean, the very first login you do, you could say to the business, the first login, it's just going to be username and password. That's it. None of these other things. Just use no 3 tries, no little button at the bottom, no disabling of the account. Just username and password. It either succeeds or fails. And then a week later, maybe, we could add the 3 retries, and then maybe in the following sprint, we could put the little button down there. And I don't know how long it's going to take us to disable the account. We really haven't thought about that. We're going to probably want to estimate that one a little bit later, but, we can probably break it up and smear it out over 4 or 5 or 6 sprints. That is how you take advantage of that. Never let them bundle everything together and say, this is the feature, it's got to be done, and I don't want to hear about any intermediate features. No, you have to do it with intermediate features.
That was very thorough. So I have one question that I wanted to ask you. You said at the beginning, so don't ship the beta, right? That's one of the rules. But usually through these rules, you have to fight sales and sometimes senior management, the business side of the company. So because of time to market, right? How do you deal with that?
Well, this is a really common question. Everybody wants to know, how do you face down managers who have their own set of constraints? Right? Now, the sales has a real problem, right? Marketing, they've got a real problem. They've got to solve that problem. And they're looking at the developers, they're looking at the technical team and hoping that the technical team has a solution to them. And maybe the technical team does, but maybe they don't. And you have to be able to tell them, no, sorry, we can't help you with this. There's just a certain set of physical laws here, and we cannot alter reality to meet your time frame or meet what you need. We're going to have to get creative and think of some different set of features or different set of behaviors that will at least satisfy part of your need, but we can't do this whole thing by the deadline that you're asking for. We can't. It's not going to happen. And if we try, we will fail. And if we fail, the whole enterprise fails. So let's not go down that path. I'm not trying to tell all the junior engineers in there that are listening to me here that you should roar around going, no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. But everybody should be looking for some way to achieve the goal. But for the senior people, the senior engineers, the senior developers, the people who have been at this for a decade, right? You are the ones who have the ability to go to management and say, look, this isn't possible. Sorry, it isn't possible. Now, let me give you a bit of advice here. We're programmers. We like dealing with machines. You and I did not get into this business because we like people. We like to fiddle with machines. We like to make machines work. So we are generally not good at confrontations, usually. Right? Usually a programmer is not someone who wants to get into a shouting match with his boss or her boss. Managers are different. Managers and salespeople, they like dealing with people. I know this is hard to imagine, right? But they like dealing with people. They like communicating with people, and they like the ability to manipulate and intimidate and use emotional force. An engineer finds the truth by observing and reasoning. That's what we do. Programmers do that. We observe and we reason. Managers and salespeople find the truth in a very different way. They find the truth emotionally. They get people to back down. So here's the scenario. Manager comes to you and says, I need it by Friday. And you say, I can't do it by Friday. And the manager says, you must do it by Friday. And you say, I can't do it by Friday. No, you must. You're not a team player. You're not helping me with this. And you, not wanting to go through this confrontation anymore, you start to say, well, maybe I could try. Now the manager has the truth, or at least in their perception, they have found the truth. Through a sequence of emotional manipulations, they got you to change your position, and now they know a truth. It may not be the truth, but from their point of view, they have learned that, oh yeah, if I push him hard enough, he's going to say yes. Be careful with this, right? You and I, programmers, we don't like this stuff, but we're going to have to get, I don't know that we'll ever get good at it, but we're going to have to get competent at it. We're going to have to be able to understand it for what it is, and then be able to stand our ground when it's really important to stand our ground. I had an experience many years ago. I was managing a group of programmers in England, and managing. I was like the lead developer, but I was responsible for projects, and I talked to customers and things like that. And I had one particular customer who had a desperate need, and I got my resources arranged, and I promised this customer, yep, we can definitely deliver. And we could. I knew we could. And then I sat in a meeting with a bunch of other managers about a week later. And bit by bit, I saw them starting to steal my resources. They would say, well, we could use that guy here for this because it's more important than that other thing here. And one by one, these managers using this emotional manipulation technique would sit there and raid my team and start taking people and taking hours and taking time. And I realized that this promise I made to my customer was not going to happen. And I actually threw a fit. It's not something that I usually do, right? I usually don't start screaming. I don't get red-faced. I don't get emotional. But in this meeting, I just kind of lost it. And I said, you cannot do this, blah, blah, blah. And it was remarkable what happened. All these managers sat back in their chair and they said to me, well, you make a good point. Now, I had not made a point. I used no reasoning at all. All I did was yell at them, and they all go, oh, well, you've made a good point. And I learned something that day. Sometimes just standing your ground is the point.
Okay. Thank you very much for this advice. I think we have time for one or two more questions. So have Kalina from chat asking, but customers don't expect us to say no. They always expect to hear, sure, no problem. How can we make them accept the reasonable no?
Well, you can't make anybody do anything, right? All you can do is make yourself do something. So if the answer is no, and you know that the answer is no, then you just have to stand your ground and say, no, it's not going to happen. Sorry. And does that mean you're going to lose your job? Are they going to fire you over this? They might. Okay. But they're going to fire you if you screw it up too. So you're kind of at a bad situation there. Maybe you think to yourself, well, at least I can keep my job for another month and then they'll fire me later because we didn't. But that's probably not a great way to handle it either. There is no way to make people do things. Now, what I would suggest, of course, is that you are ready with data. If you have data, if you know how fast your team can go, and by the way, how do you get that data? By measuring how much you get done in every sprint. That's part of the agile process, by the way. One of the reasons that we have sprints in Agile is so that we can measure how much we get done in each sprint. And then we can use that as historical data to go to managers and say, look, the last 10 sprints delivered this much. You're asking us to deliver 3 times that much in a lot less time. So the data doesn't support your ability to ask for that. If you have data, at least you can use the data to make the case. That does not guarantee that they will accept that data. I've certainly experienced managers who looked at the data and said, well, that data is baloney. Okay, all right, well, the answer is still no. Sorry, still can't do it. Do not expect people to be comfortable. They're not going to be comfortable because when you say no, that really hurts them. And they've got to figure out something else. It is your responsibility, however, as an engineer, to say no when the answer is no.
I think saying no is a pretty important message, throughout. I have one, it's actually a short question. The answer that you're going to give probably is not going to be so short, but what code coverage percentage is a good percentage? Range answers accepted too.
So I love this question. So yeah, what code coverage percentage is an appropriate percentage? Well, let me see there. If we were able to get like 80% code coverage, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? That would only mean that 20% of the code doesn't work. There is no number other than 100%. There is no number other than 100%. The code coverage target is 100%. Of course it is. Now, can you get to 100%? Probably not. Think of it as an asymptotic goal. A goal that you are constantly pushing towards, never quite able to achieve. Sort of like, attaining your ideal weight. People aren't real good at that. Asymptotically approaching the goal. But never settle for a number. 80% is not good enough. 90% is not good enough. 95% is not good enough. Only 100% is good enough. And even if you can't get to 100%, the effort must continue to drive it as high as you possibly can. Every little bit, notch it a little bit more, try to push it towards 100%.
Right. Yeah. That's what I thought you were going to say anyways. But we have one other one. What about changing the perspective? Humans make mistakes. Some tend to be lazy. Some tend to be too much optimistic, etc. Maybe I'm going to add a little bit on top of that. Like, what is, for example, the difference on how you deal with junior and senior engineers? Because you mentioned that in the previous answer. Is it different that you deal with the younger teams and versus older teams, with the teams that have, more, I don't know, lazy engineers, too optimistic ones?
Okay, so replace the word engineer with doctor. Well, sometimes there's lazy doctors. Sometimes there's incompetent doctors. Yeah, well, that's just the way things are. No. We need to be able to sort out very early on the lazy and incompetent people and make sure that they're not among our ranks, because we are the doctors. We are the ones who are responsible for the body of our companies. Software is the lifeblood of our companies. It is the lifeblood of our society right now, right? Society itself depends on software. Our civilization runs on software, and we are the doctors. So we had better be pretty competent. We had better not be lazy. We had better if there are lazy people in there, we probably need to give them other jobs, but not programming jobs, because there's way too much at stake. How should we relate between juniors and seniors? Well, one of the problems we have is that there are way too many juniors and not nearly enough seniors. And there are two reasons for that. One of them is that we try to take seniors and move them into management. That's probably not a good idea. We should probably keep these senior developers around for 15 or 20 or 25 years. The other reason is that the industry is growing so fast that the number of young people coming in completely outweighs the number of old people who are around. The number of programmers in the world doubles every 5 years or so. So that gives us this problem that we are in a perpetual state of inexperience. There are more young people coming in than there are old people to teach them. In a team of developers, you want to have some juniors, some middle, some senior, and you want to have a good ratio there, right? So you want to have some guys who have got 15 years experience, they've been around the block a bunch of times, they oversee some mid-level guys who have been around the block, 7 or 8 years, and then those people are the ones who oversee the juniors that are coming in right out of school. That kind of apprentice level kind of structure is what we all need. What we don't want is a team of 50 22-year-olds. That's not going to work. And we've seen how badly that does work in the past.
Yep, that makes complete sense. So we're out of time, and I really, really, really want to thank you for being with us this year. My pleasure. Your presence here was amazing. So I would wish you a good day. It's the beginning of the day for you, right?
Oh, yes, it is. It's about 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. already here. So, we're going to close this.
Good evening to you.
Oh, thank you. So thank you once again. And I really hope that we're going to see you again in one of the next iterations of Ista.
Okay, next year, year after, something like that. Maybe it'll be live, huh?
That's what we're hoping. That's what we've been hoping for the last 2 years. And I'm so excited for all of the content that we were able to see today. As always, our goal is to deliver the highest quality sessions, and the speakers are what makes this event special, and they have once again delivered. We had to be online for the last 2 years, but we're hoping that 2022 is going to be a much better year for everyone, and that we'll be able to move back to the usual place where Ista is held. We can't wait to see all of you watching online back on site, networking and watching the event in the venue. Once again, I want to thank all of our partners that supported us to make Ista Conference 2021 a reality. I also have to give a big thanks to the 5 companies that are organizing this event. As with all good things, Ista 2021 comes to an end. We enjoyed every single minute of the 11th edition of Ista, and we're hoping, that not only us here in the studio, but all of you watching online have also felt the same way. We have plans to release content throughout the year in order to make your experience with Ista more continuous. So stay tuned for that. Follow us on social media. That was it from us. Goodbye. Thank you once again. I think we're